Hey, Johnny Beane here. This is Johnny Beane. There we go. It is May 10th, 2022, 8:03 p.m. Eastern, 5:03 Pacific out here in Santa Cruz. And you want to tune in this Friday. You know why, Dane?
It's going to be an awesome Friday night show featuring
Fairfield Guitar Co. Louis Costa from Fairfield Guitar Co. He makes some awesome Van Halen replica guitar straps, such as the one in the card here. He'll be here, and it'll be just an amazing show and a very, very cool, something very special for you guys that night as well that you don't want to miss. Right, John?
Well, I came here because I didn't want to miss it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it'll be awesome, you guys. So you have to tune in. Okay.
If you don't, you'll really, really be regretting it. This will be one of those things you'll be saying on your deathbed, where you say, I should have done certain things. I should have had another child. I should have not cheated on my wife. I should have watched that episode of Johnny Beane from the Fairfield Guitar Company.
I should have left a review on Google.
I should have left a good review on Google. The reviews are plenty. I'm just looking for a good one. They got to fish through thousands and thousands of you motherfuckers. And that's coming from Mama Kuda. That's coming from my mother.
That's okay. All right. Where's the thing?
Where's that intro music?
80's Metal Tuesday. Here it is. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Wow.
There we are.
Dang! 80's metal.
Metal! It's about
You gotta
metal.
love the 80's metal.
Yeah, well, there's no other good
You
music.
just got to.
Yes.
All the other music is crap. Crap, I tell you.
It's metal.
It's metal.
Well, there's always the Crosby, Stills, and Nash channel, I suppose, and there you go.
WMEH.
All the time.
That'd be great if David Crosby had his own radio channel on terrestrial radio. Just WMEH.
All meh. Where we play nothing but meh.
We play nothing but my own music.
Now here's some meh Halen.
Yeah, today's special guest, Joni Mitchell. She's like,
but Joni Mitchell's cool, man.
Special guest.
Wow. You could have said Mitchell.
They brought in Johnny Winter. Johnny Winter, special guest. Wait, what? He's dead? When? Why didn't someone tell me? So we got no guest. All right. We'll take a couple of calls. You're on the air, viewer.
I hate you, David. You're an asshole.
Next caller.
Call-in radio show with David Crosby.
If you want advice on bowel movement and how to get a better one, now's your time to call in. Metamucil question? We have a question about a prune whip smoothie recipe on line 3. Go ahead. You're on the David Crosby Meh Show.
Metamucil.
Metamucil.
Direct from the Laurel Canyon old folks home.
We're coming here from the Stormy Havens retirement home, where all of my fans, all the fans I have left are. Ma'am, why don't you wheel over here and ask that question? Because my hearing's not good either.
You know, it was really cool how they all lived in Laurel Canyon, that whole group of the Eagle's Nest. All those people lived in the same neighborhood up there in LA.
Literally
You
in
know,
a
it's-
nest.
You notice as soon as Crosby left, once the old buzzard himself left, the property value went up 17%. Neighbors hated him.
So your lawn is too long there, Peters. Fuck you, Crosby. I live here too. I gotta look at your lawn. Speaking of lawn, keep your kids off of mine.
David Cassidy was living next door from the Partridge Family.
What was he really?
Yeah, I think so. He was right in that same neighborhood.
David
Mhm.
Cassidy's a cool guy. I can only imagine. You move in, you're like, well, I hope the neighbors are nice, and then you just see that face in the window.
What are they bringing in? There's a moving van here. What are they bringing in? You better not cause a commotion in our quiet neighborhood. It's a nice, peaceful neighborhood before you moved in.
There's the neighborhood meeting right there.
There's the neighbor. There's the homeowners association of the neighborhood.
So what do you think, Torg?
Those neighbors are terrible for us, Mr. Crosby Sacknusum. They play loud music day and night, and they don't like you in your dress.
No accounting for taste. I recognize a few of them.
Oh, David Crosby, we hate you. Anyway, welcome everybody to Talking Guitars and 80s Metal Live. It is Tuesday, May 10th, 2022. We got Johnny Beane at the board. We got Dane Zimmerman.
I am
leaving
bored. How'd
right
you know?
now. Dane Zimmerman leaving right now, just in time for his intro. We had Dane. There we go. We have a nice blue bitch on the wall, blue BC Rich bitch. I see some Swiss picks there for sale.
Oh, nice.
Those are great. At least Dane's store carries good stuff, even if he's not there to sell it.
Yeah.
The store is good. Should pop down there now while he's gone. If you've ever wanted to visit Zim's Guitars in Arizona, now is the time. And I mean right now, while he's like on a bathroom run or something. That talk of Metamucil got him going.
Yeah.
Literally going. And I am John Mancuda. Did we hear from Paulie?
Mhm.
I've not heard from Paulie today. I don't know. Maybe Neanderthal will pop in later. I do not know. I hope so. I have not heard from him today. Let's see. Welcome, everyone in the chat. Let's say hi first to our executive producers. Got to give the credit where it's due. These are the people that keep the lights on. And I mean literally the lights on. The ones in the Guitar War and the ones barely over my head. Let's say hi to executive producers, the big bosses, the ones that field the cease and desist orders, the ones that pay all the legal bills for all the fines we rack up, and we do rack up a plenty of them. Executive producers David Ennis, Vinyl Freak 5150, Mike Neese, Music Therapy Laz, Majestic PB&J Cat, Wayno, Steve-O 5150, False Flag, Sherman Callahan, Andy Carson, Michael B, R. Habs, Warlag, The Chad, Lawrence Christensen, Lenny Lou, and my little geriatric sex kitten Mary, James Gum. Mary, is that you? James Gum, John Moronic, Paul Martin Woods, Stephen Franklin, Michael the Captain Smith, Thomas Santiago, Joe Christian, Jimmy Ray Hawkins, David Allen Wright, and Steve Carmichael.
Steve Mitchell.
Mitchell. It's Carvana. Stephen Carmichael.
Steve Carmichael.
Yeah. So that's the top tier of channel membership here on Johnny Bean TV. If you'd like to become a channel member, click that join button right below the 19 thumbs ups. Thank you so much, you guys.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank
Keep them
you.
coming. Keep them coming, please. The
Yes.
show doesn't get any better, so now's the time to drop a thumbs up on the video. This is the highlight of the show. It only goes downhill from here, I promise. Let's see. My Joe Hervey 84, my Jew homie from Long Island, says we miss Paul. Hope he's not retired from the show. He's such a fun host. He's not retired from the show. And thank you, Aging Rob. And no, he's not retired from the show. I don't know if he's just either running.
He should
late
be coming on
or-
any minute. Let me call him. I'll call him and say, hey man.
I think
All
he's
right,
just
no-
tired.
Yeah.
He might be. I mean, the man works. He actually works. Unlike Johnny and I, Paulie actually does work and then comes on here as a labor of love.
He already did like 4 hours of this morning.
Yeah. So for pay. So, got to cut the guy some slack. If he comes on, we love him. And if he doesn't want to come on one day, we love him.
Mhm.
But either way, but no, Paulie's not left the show or anything like that. Let's see. In the
He
meantime,
did give me a lot of grief when he was in my store a couple of days ago because I keep calling him a schoolyard bully. He's like, man, I ain't no schoolyard bully. Yes, you are, man. You're a
you guys still are on that?
yeah.
Oh gosh. Yeah, he did step on Chris Live Sawa says he stepped on a baby thorn. He didn't step on a baby thorn. He stepped on one of those tree branches that has like those 4-inch spikes on them. Really, really crazy spikes on them. And really, really not cool.
I saw that picture today, and yeah, that didn't look good.
Yeah, that's no joke, boys and girls. That's like a real painful nightmare, and not cool, not fun.
Yeah.
And obviously,
Out here in Arizona, there's some weird ass cactus that have needles, sticking out of them. And we have little things in our grass in my front yard that are little thistles. Johnny probably has them too.
I remember
they're
those.
little
I
spiked
lived in
balls.
Phoenix. I
Little
remember the
thistles.
cactuses with the cactuses with the stuff that long.
Right.
What was I going to say? Smash that thumbs up. Yeah, if you want Paul to get in here, smash that thumbs up. And he might
Johnny
magically
won't let him in until he gets.
He's
100
been backstage
thumbs
for
up.
like
at
half
least
an hour.
50 thumbs up. At least 50 thumbs up in the first half
I'm
hour.
going to say 100 thumbs up.
It's like calling Jambi, on Pee-wee's Playhouse. It's like,
Mhm.
Jambi the genie. Paulie won't appear until there's 50 thumbs up, So there you go. Let's, in the meantime, say
That
hi
might
to
be
who's in
true.
the. Let's say hi in the meantime. Who's in the chat? Let's see. Keith Campbell, Robert Ranford, Billy Shelton, Cantry 55, Hip Metal Works, Joe Hervey 84, my Long Island Jew homie, CHS Custom Guitars. Hey, Craig and
Hey,
CJ.
man.
Now, Craig and CJ, Craig, for those that don't know, owns CHS Custom Guitars. If you want a Van Halen replica or just anything custom, he makes incredible Van Halen replica guitars and, super custom paint jobs, like the high-end good stuff, and he was at Nesdall's funeral with his son CJ, and I'll talk about that in a little bit, but shout out to them. They're in the chat today. Reach out to them if you want something cool. Let's see. Aging Rob, Kevin Bethel, Dan of New Jersey, Christopher Live Sawa, Robert Ranford, Laguna Palms, Thomas Santiago, Zach Thong, Murph Murphy. And yeah, thank you, Murph Murphy. I posted some Mother's Day pics on my Facebook. For those that follow me on Facebook, I'll talk about my Mother's Day with Mama Kuda and this little guy here who insisted on coming. So we'll talk about that. Let's see who else in the chat. Keith Campbell, Kevin Bethel, Dan, New Jersey, James G. Vista Light 1972, Tim Thomas, Aging Rob, Zach Thong, Blackjack Guitar, Nightbot in the house, Tim Thomas,
Wayne K. Furman.
Wayne K. Furman, thank you.
Hey, Wayne.
Let's see, Micah's himself. And thank you, man. Thank you, Micah's himself, who resubscribed. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Gretch Zeppelin. Let's give a couple of special shout outs. Let's first wish Janice Lala a speedy recovery. She's sick right now. She has 101 fever. Janice is in the house, or at least watching. And Janice lost her boyfriend, Jimmy, the other day. He passed away, unfortunately. So let's give our deepest condolences from all of us to Janice. We love you, and we're sorry for your loss. And we do hope that you yourself get better soon.
Yeah.
So sorry to hear that, Janice.
Sorry, Janice.
Speaking of sick, False Flag, our very own False Flag, as we speak right now, he is watching the show while he is getting his urethra probed. They're getting rid of his kidney stone, and he's got a tube up there. They're playing up his pee-pee right now. He messaged me before the show saying, "Guess where I am? Guess where I am?"
Oh,
and,
he sent me a picture.
Please don't say phone. Oh.
Not of that.
Oh, good.
He sent me this. There he is.
Is that his doctor?
See?
Oh, okay,
see, we're not
he
the
is.
same person.
There he is. Well, I don't know, Johnny. If you take off the hat, your hair falls down like that, and you wear a mask, that's you.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Johnny's
Yeah,
hiding
that
hair
is
from all of us.
me.
There, see? There he
He's hiding
is.
the hair.
That's why Johnny wears the hat, to hide that luxurious hair that False Flag sports. It's a good
We don't want to
secret
get
identity.
confused.
It's like Clark Kent's glasses. And let's see. Bozique says, my Greek ass is late. And hi to everybody. Hey, Bozique. Good to see you, brother.
Hey,
Better late
dude.
than never, my friend. Better late than never. Yeah, so False Flag is having his pee-pee played with while he's watching the show. He's like, "Doctor, can I lean over here to send some money to Johnny Beane?" Huh? Huh? I'm jackhammering your kidney stone through your penis. Can you just sit still for a minute? No, I've got to change the colors of the guitar moire.
Yeah. Speaking of that, any super chats will change the colors of the guitar more right here. We got Ned. It's Ned time.
Nedward
right
Van
now.
Halen.
Not nap time. Ned time. Right there. And if anybody wants to send in some text messages or maybe even call, 415-952-3263. And we're live on Facebook. We have Facebook stars. And we're basically all over Facebook, exclusively Van Halen, which, again, you got to tune in this Friday night to exclusively Van Halen. It'll be an amazing show with Louis Costa from Fairfield Guitar Co. and a very special bonus surprise for you guys.
Special boner? What?
You guys don't want to miss this. You don't. Nobody wants to miss this.
I want to miss it.
He can miss it. That's fine.
David Crosby will not be in the house that night.
Yeah. And follow me everywhere. Thank you.
There you go. There you go.
I would love to see that, though, someday. David Crosby come on with us.
Oh God, I want to broadcast live from his
Can
funeral.
you imagine?
No one will be there. It was I was at Nesdall's funeral. And it was standing room only with people lovingly packing the room. Crosby, it's going to be like someone's going to walk in and the priest will be like, "Are you here for the Crosby funeral? Thank goodness someone showed up." Crosby funeral? Isn't this the Whitestone funeral? Oh, that's the next room down the hall. I'm sorry. And
Yeah.
even the priest doesn't want to be there.
Wow.
Yeah. So, go ahead, Johnny.
No, it actually, I wouldn't. It's not impossible that we couldn't get David Crosby. It's not impossible.
It's not
actually
impossible,
is.
but
It is possible.
It's possible.
but how long do you think he'd stay on the air with us before he got tired of getting bashed by me? How long? I mean, maybe if we had him like strapped to a chair with duct tape. Let me go, and until you're gonna listen to every insult I give to you. No. He'll spit his
What if
dentures
he
at me.
actually has a really, really good Eddie
Penis?
Van Halen story? He was kind of around back in those days.
Here I was at the show, didn't like him, walked out, did not buy a T-shirt.
He actually was
There's the
at.
story.
There actually is video of him and Eddie together from 1992.
Oh,
is true.
Can we see that?
This is
Can
true.
you find that
It was
video?
it was a
I'd like to
find
see
that
that
photo?
video. Does anyone have a link to that? I'd like to
which
see that video.
I have it. I'll show you a still. I'll grab
Okay.
it. I'll grab it. Yeah, it's true.
All right. Let me also I have a couple of shout outs today. Let me also say
Pecani, Pecani, me love you long time.
shout out to my girl Sandra Picorni. Let's see. Who else we got? Let's see. Let me give shout out to Charles Green, who got Mama Kuda a lovely gift for Mother's Day. Thank you so much, Charles.
Wow.
That was very sweet of you. You got and Alice Martinez. Let me also give a shout out. It's not here yet. I believe she sent a big package of Kernels popcorn to Johnny to
Alice,
forward.
that was so
to
good. I ate
Mama
the whole
Kuda's.
thing this
You
morning.
bastard, you better not. I'll send Mama Kuda right over to your house. My little Mama Kuda will go right over to your house, and she will. Johnny, where's my popcorn? Yeah, but I know Alice sent a big Kernels popcorn.
Wait, do that again?
Gift back.
Yeah, the truth is, I haven't checked the PO box in a couple days, so it's possible.
It's probably there right now. So thank you, Alice Martinez, for sending Mama Kuda a large gift basket of delicious Kernels gourmet popcorn and more. Kernels gourmet popcorn and more, proud sponsor of Johnny Bean TV. Kernels gourmet popcorn, the best tasting gourmet popcorn on earth. And I mean on earth. This is the good stuff. This is like, meat in the back alley and, hey, I got good stuff. I got to cut it with some other stuff. No, man, I want the pure stuff. I want the pure Kernels popcorn. This is the good stuff. Kernels gourmet popcorn. It's gourmet. It's the better quality corn. They all
It's
pop
not
evenly.
gourmet. It's
Yeah,
gourmet.
not he's going to start a competing company.
Gourmet.
David Crosby's going to have a competing company called Grumpy's Gourmet Popcorn, and it's going to be all the hard kernels at the bottom of the bags. That's all it's going to be. But Kernels Gourmet Popping Corn and more. The more is chocolate, candy, sugar-free candy, nuts, all the treats you'll want. Kernels Gourmet Popcorn has it and more. And if you mention Johnny Bean or Jay Hannon's name, you get more product. They send you more. Alice, I know you mentioned that name. Look at Dane. Dane has a big box. That's also from Alice
Thank
Martinez,
you,
right,
Alice.
Dane? Right?
Thank you so much.
See? Alice sent that to Dane, and look at all
Oh
that
my
goodness.
gosh.
That's the stuff. It's like kilos of Coke. Look at that. But better and legal.
Oh, delicious.
That's the stuff.
Also, Dane,
at
can we
that.
show Dane, let's show this real quick. We forgot. Let's show this. We're actually twinning. We're actually twinning today, Dane and I.
Oh, what are you guys wearing? Oh, you got Zim's guitar shirts. The coolest shirts on the block. What a great graphic, right? Yeah. Nice. Those were some of the price. Yeah, there you go.
A lot of
A
kernels.
little too much popcorn in you there, buddy. Yeah, we gave away some of those shirts during the Halloween costume contest every year. And we will again later this year, I'm sure, if you want to get your hands on one of those bad boys. But look at that delicious. And we also gave away Kernels popcorn. Nice. How is that stuff, Dane? I know how good that stuff is.
Good.
That's the best. That's
I'm
the
gonna
best.
eat this whole bag.
That's the best. Thank you, Alice Martinez. We look forward to getting our
Thank you
package
so much.
too. That was very sweet of you. Thank you. And
Wow.
thank you, Charles Green. Let's see. Let's also give very deep condolences. Geez, they're dropping like flies in the last week. This is killing me. To one of my personal favorite comic book artists of all time, the great George Perez, Perez, accent on the first E. George Perez was one of the best known comic book artists. A week ago, we lost Neil Adams, who a lot of you guys might know drew Batman and Green Lantern, Green Arrow. But George Perez, just to give you an idea, he revamped Wonder Woman. He drew Crisis on Infinite Earths. I'm going comic book geek on you guys, but I think a lot of you guys out there are comic book geeks, so you know what I'm talking about. He drew the best run of the Avengers. He drew the Justice League. He drew Wonder Woman. He revamped the new Teen Titans. Him and Marv Wolfman created. Just the nicest guy to his fans. And a huge, I'm a huge fan of his. I own some of his original artwork and all the comics he drew. I own every single one of them. I knew George. I was friends with George, and just the sweetest guy. Johnny, Google up some George Perez artwork just to give a little show, just so we could show. Yeah, there's the man himself right there. There's George. And he always had these colorful shirts on, because he was just a fun guy. But look at, there's the Justice League, there's the new Teen Titans, the Avengers, Crisis on Infinite Earths. See if you recognize this image. Johnny, Google Crisis on Infinite Earths 7. Crisis on Infinite Earths 7. Just Google Crisis 7 Perez. Just look at that. I mean,
is it Crisis with a C?
How many Crisis with a K's do you have?
Crisis of what?
Crisis on Infinite Earths, number 7.
Infinite.
And
Earths. It was a TV show.
If you were a comic book reader in the 80s, you'll recognize this image immediately. It's one of his most famous images. It was the cover with the death of Supergirl in comic books, which was a very big event for you comic book readers out there in the 80s. I mean, everyone will recognize it.
Is it the 35th anniversary deluxe edition?
No, just the regular cover where he's holding Supergirl. Superman's crying. Very, very poignant cover.
Is that him? That's not him. That's
Crisis 7. Superman's holding Supergirl.
Because there's another one where he's holding Wonder Woman too.
No. That's different. That's a different one. Just Crisis on Infinite Earths, number 7. There you go.
Here it is. Okay. Let's see. Was that it? You couldn't see that, could you?
I still can't.
Okay. Where's Dane?
Dane went to find the comic book at the comic book store before. There you go. That's it right there. Zoom in on that one on the right.
Let's see.
There you go. That's it right there. That's where Supergirl died, and very, very famous image. George did that. He did the whole Crisis on Infinite Earths. He did some amazing covers with the Avengers. He did the Justice League. He did the Avengers versus the Justice League. Finally, he did the new Teen Titans. Google new Teen Titans number 1.
Is this a trick?
No. Google. I didn't say Google Lemon Party, but I said Google new Teen Titans number 1. And you'll also recognize this image from the 80s if you're a comic book reader. New Teen Titans number 1. Very famous cover he did. Just great stuff. And he worked for both Marvel and DC. He was probably the most liked person in the industry. It's just one of those people that was just liked by his peers, liked by the fans. There it is. Look at that. New Teen Titans number 1. Just a great comic book. Yeah, Johnny's like, nude Teen Titans? What? I don't understand. No. New Teen Titans.
No.
Yeah, just very, very, memorable cover. I mean, just really great stuff. He was my personal favorite, and like I said, as a friend, he was just the nicest guy. He would literally just stand in line forever, even after he was due to leave at appearances, just to make sure he signed every autograph, took photos with every fan, drew sketches. He was just so fan friendly. That's what he lived for. He just lived for that. And just so sad. And yeah, Bozique accidentally called it last week. He said, oh, did Perez die? And I said, no, we were talking about Nesdal, because another sweet guy that was really good to people. And he said, oh, I thought Perez died. And no, and the prediction actually came true, because I literally came out of David Nesdal's funeral on Saturday, and I see my phone was blowing up that I have all these messages, and I call one of my friends back, and he's like, hey, I'm sorry, your friend died today. And he's like, no, my friend died on Monday. The funeral was today. And he's like, no, I'm talking about George Perez. And I'm like, what? I mean, literally, just as I got out of the funeral for David Nesdal, I just found out that George Perez was passed away. So it's just like, Jesus, talk about, and there he is, sweetheart of a guy, George Perez. What do you say? Like I said, he drew Infinity Gauntlet as well. He drew Infinity Gauntlet with Thanos. He did so much good stuff. And but the best thing he'll be remembered for is just being a sweetheart in the comics industry, and just so good to his fans. So we'll miss him, and we'll always remember you. Thank you, George, for all the smiles you did during our childhood. So yeah, Neil Adams, David Nesdal, and George Perez, all within a week of each other. Just really, whew. And like I said, then Janice lost her boyfriend Jimmy. It's like, geez, I'm afraid to go out today. I'm afraid to walk out. It's just crazy. Anyway, on to happier notes. This week was Mother's Day. Mother's Day was Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
I hope if any of you were lucky enough to have a mother or grandmother living, or an awesome aunt, or if your wife is a mother or girlfriend, I hope that you made that day special. So Mama Kuda and I, of course, I love my dear Mama Kuda. I try never to miss a Mother's Day. There she is. Oh, here we go. We're talking about Mother's Day now. Yeah.
Time to cover your ears.
Oh, boy. Here we go. Yeah. So Mama Kuda and I, we went back and forth for a week of what restaurant. We wound up at Teller's Chop House, which is a very nice high-end steakhouse. And we figured that, we figured, with my father, passed away. We figured, well, let's, I'll invite my uncle. So I'll make a reservation for 3. So we made a reservation for 3, and we go into the restaurant, and I figured, well, you know what? I'll bring Blue Rhino because, he doesn't get to go to many high-end steakhouses. And, that's basically Mom's grandson. That's as close as you're getting, Ma. That's as close as you're getting, because I'm not having kids. So Blue Rhino is Mama Kuda's grandson right there, little blue grandson. So I said, let's bring Blue Rhino to the restaurant. She's like, you serious? Yeah. So into the restaurant we walked. There it is, Teller's Chop House.
Fancy.
Beautiful. It's
really
a
nice.
very, very, very nice place. It's a converted bank building from the 1920s here in New York. Very, very, very high-end place. Really, really nice. And what it was is we wind up going in, and I figured maybe my uncle would show up, because we invited him, because how much family do you have? It'd be nice to have my uncle with us, but he couldn't make it. So I don't want to be stuck in one of those little tables for two that they stick in the corner of those restaurants. And, well, you're only two. We'll stick you in the corner. And, it's Mother's Day. I want it to be special for Mama Kuda. So I said, yeah, no, we're three. And, well, we have to wait for your other party member to get here. And I said, well, our other party member is here. They're like, excuse me? I said, the rhino. Yeah, yes, right. I said, no, the rhino is our other party member. And they're like, you're serious. I said, like a heart attack. I said, that's our other party member. So we would like to be seated for three, and so we were. So we were seated for three. We were given a nice table for three, and Blue Rhino sat up on my jacket and sat at the table like a little gentleman. Let me see. I have a photo of the menu I'll send you, Johnny, before we post the other photos.
I would say Blue Rhino is like one of the luckiest little stuffed blue rhinos, out there.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes I worry about what happens when you take that thing home. I'm kind of worried for him.
Why? What?
Because of the big hole in the back of it?
Yeah.
Hole in the back. Terrible. No jokes about Blue Rhino. He's the opposite of me. He's a very innocent little rhino. Very untainted, like I am. He's the opposite of me. So here we are. Here's Blue Rhino in the restaurant. Johnny, you have that photo?
Okay. I hope that's a thumb.
Yeah, that's a thumb. There he is. Can you bring that up on the big screen so they could read the menu?
I can. Well, I'd have to load it in. I can do this.
There you go. There it is. So if you look on the menu there, you'll look. Just hold it just like right there, Johnny. So the 14-ounce filet a la carte is $68. And, to have Blue Rhino there at the table, he's got to order.
Oh, that's what he had?
So Blue Rhino had a 14-ounce filet and a crab cake. And Mama Kuda had a beef Wellington, and I had a beef Wellington. And there's the waitress looking there and saying, I'm serving a stuffed animal a $68 filet mignon. And so it went. And Johnny, put that other photo.
And then you left her a $45 tip.
Well, I helped him. I helped him with the.
Ned,
I helped him eat the steak. I helped him eat the steak, and yeah, can't drive 55. I do draw the line at Blue Rhino. Everything else is fair game. There he is. That's the photo of him actually at Teller's with mid dinner. And now imagine you're at the next table and your girlfriend is there, and you're complaining about the prices and stuff, and your girlfriend looks over to my table and says, you cheap bastard, you're bitching about taking me here at all and the prices. That guy over there bought a dinner for his stuffed animal. There you go. So there you go. That's a nice, he's halfway through it there. But that's literally how it was. He's perched at the table. Well, all the other tables are like, I can't believe that guy's buying a whole dinner for his stuffed rhino.
So,
and,
so you had two dinners that night then?
Yes, I had two. Yeah, and this is not a place, mind you. This is not a place, that you go every day. I mean, this is dinner. With the three of us and a tip is over $400 for dinner. It's a special occasion. It's not a place you always go there. It's a special occasion. None more special than Mother's Day. So
Mom wasn't embarrassed by this at all?
Mom's proud as punch. Her son's taking her to Teller's. Proud as punch. She's sitting there like, hey, look at us. I'm eating a nice beef Wellington here, and we got crab cakes, and we got shrimp cocktail. This is great. What are you talking about? And the hostess is getting all horny looking at us,
Wow.
Did you give her a tip?
I'll be right
Well,
back.
waitress?
not the
The
host.
hostess?
Well, yeah, of course you give the waitress a tip. What do you think? It's
What
this
about the
is like the
hostess?
pizza guy where you stiff him, Dane. Dane walks out of the restaurant. Dane goes to the bathroom just as the check comes, looking for the window that he could hopefully crawl out before the check comes in the bathroom. How much is the check? How much?
So a $68 steak, is it really honestly, is it worth $68?
No, of course not. What are you, crazy? No, but you got to do it. It's Mother's Day. You go to a nice restaurant. Mama Kuda has to have a good time on Mother's Day. That's rule number one. You got to take care of your mother. You always got to take care of your mother. So we had a really nice time. We laugh our asses off. It's fun. I am one of those people that I love the servers. Okay, because some people go to a restaurant like that and they're all like, "Oh, ma'am, this isn't, ma'am, this is, hurry up, man." Like him,
Ma'am, if you want your tip, you'll get my salad faster.
No, I'm not like that. I like the servers, and I make sure they're well taken care of because we're all hardworking, and when you do that job, if you've never worked in a restaurant, you might not know what I'm talking about. But years ago, I was a busboy, and I remember just spending my time, a 12-hour shift, dipping my hand in dirty dishwater and cleaning off with my hands chewed up food, and you got to take care of the staff. You got to be polite. You got to be
dishwasher.
nice. Yeah, you got to. Dane, you ever work in a restaurant?
I have. I was at 16 years old. I was a cook and a dishwasher, and then they moved me to cook. I was cooking up all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, it's not a glorious job there. It's a hard job. These people work really hard. You say please, you say thank you, and when the meal is done, you give an appropriate tip. And as long as the service was good. If the service isn't good, then whatever. You play that by ear. But if the service was good, you make sure that those people are taken care of. That's the right thing to do.
Yeah,
because you're no better than them. You're no better than them.
The restaurant I worked at was called L&K, and in Granville, Ohio, and it was kind of like a Denny's or something.
So it was a Lions?
Joe Hervey says 2% for Jewish. No. Move that decimal over, my friend. Yeah, no, you got to just do the right thing because, like I said, you got to remember everyone's equal. Just because you're eating the expensive dinner, you're blessed to be there eating the expensive dinner. Those people are feeding their family too, So if God has blessed you enough that you can afford a dinner there, then you do the right thing and you pass it forward, You never be nasty to the staff. Even if you have a problem. And that's our table after we were done eating.
What's worse is if you're working in a
hey, listen,
Mexican
you try
restaurant.
feeding a rhino. The blue rhino eats a lot. I eat a lot. Mama Kuda was hungry. That's all our dishes.
Gross. Oh.
Yeah, no, you just gotta, you gotta do the right thing when you're at a restaurant,
Mm-hmm.
And even if something's wrong, even if you have to send something back, there's nothing wrong with if there's a problem with your food and you got to send something back. There's nothing wrong with sending your food back if something's wrong. You just got to be polite about it. You just say, "Excuse me, miss, I'm sorry that this steak I ordered it rare and it's well done. Could you please just bring it back and see what they could do to make that right?" You be polite. You act like a human being. I see some people in restaurants like that, and they come off like David Crosby would. Just arrogant bastards, like there's someone special, and it's not. You just realize it's like, hey, I'm just blessed enough to be able to eat at this restaurant. So you be nice to everyone.
And I'm fast enough to run.
Yeah, before the check comes, absolutely.
You use the bathroom.
Like I said, Dane uses the bathroom. He looks. He's like, "Is there a window in here?" And he's crawling out it, and the maitre d's on the other side in the parking lot. Hey, that guy!
The guy with the Zims Guitars t-shirt.
I don't know where you got that shirt, but I'm going to call that store. Yeah. Oh, and make no mistake, if you're rude and you're rude to the kitchen staff, oh, they got something special in store for you, boys and girls. They're gonna give you the special hollandaise sauce in your steak.
I think a fancy restaurant for me and my family is Applebee's. Yeah, we just go to
There you go.
for $25.
That's where I work now. Once the show's over, I got a shift there. Hey, aren't you on Talking Guitars in 80's? Yeah. Let me tell you about the potato skin special we have.
When was the last time you were at a Hooters?
When was the last time I was out of a Hooters?
There's actually a Hooters a mile.
When was the last time I missed a day? What are you talking? They have me on the schedule. I don't even work there, and they have me on the schedule.
I've never been in there. There's a Hooters a mile up the street, and I have never been in there.
Wow.
I don't know why. It sounds like
that's where I meet people to take to dinner.
I mean, that movie Big Daddy, remember Adam Sandler, of course, and Big Daddy, where and the girlfriend worked at the Hooters, or his sister-in-law or something worked at Hooters. And wouldn't if you were like the CEO of Hooters, wouldn't that are you going to let a movie just, make fun of you like that and stuff? It seemed kind of harsh.
Yes, because it's promotion. They probably actually
good
paid.
Promotion? That was bad promotion.
That's probably. I agree with Johnny. That's probably a planted plug.
They probably paid.
Was it a good promotion? Okay.
Yeah. Listen, if some movie wants to make fun of this show, I invite any movie to do it because it'll just draw more people here.
If anybody wants to make fun of any of this, go ahead.
Yeah.
There you go. There they are. I mean, there it is.
Hooters.
There they are. There's those Hooters.
Hooters was big 20 years ago.
Yeah, the food is terrible. There's one in Hollywood. The food is terrible, but I don't care. I just don't give a shit. That's right. The staff is what matters. The staff in my pants that's banging against the bottom of the dinner table as I'm eating my chicken wings. That's the staff I'm talking about at Hooters.
Oh, they even used to do like the Hooters calendar, best of Hooters girls and all that.
All of them.
Yeah, you can put any of them on the calendar.
Listen, nobody loves Hooters like me and Al Bundy. Great restaurant, my favorite. I don't even know what's on. I don't even know what they serve. I'm just like, bring me anything. Just bring me anything, whatever you want. Bring me anything.
You just go and you just sit there, huh?
Yeah.
I just had a brilliant idea now. There's a Hooters now tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow is my son's birthday. And I said, maybe we'll close the store and I'll take you to a restaurant. Just brainstorming. I'm taking him to Hooters tomorrow.
You're taking him to Hooters tomorrow? How old is he?
Yeah, I think I will.
How old is he?
I just had an idea. He's turning 26 years old.
26?
Yeah. He's getting up there.
Dude, he's got that's the best gift ever. He's gonna love that.
He's taking Dane there. That's what's happening.
Yes. He's like, I think my dad's over the hill.
He'll be introducing you.
Gotta tame him down a bit.
Rock Daddy, meet us over there, man. Rock Daddy will meet us over at Hooters.
Dad, I want to go to Hooters. Will you come with us? Well, sure.
Rock Daddy, he was in the chat. He's funny, and he'll talk and he'll flirt with those waitresses. It's funny.
Oh, I'll flirt with those waitresses. I'm a flirt no matter where I go. I mean, I'm respectful, but I'm a flirt. I like to flirt because I like to make people laugh. I like to see the hostesses with a pretty smile on their face. I like to see the waitress with a pretty smile on her face, even though the waitress was beaten down with a stick, ugly. I still like to see her smile, and I just like to make people laugh. So boy, oh boy, do I like going to Hooters and seeing those pretty smiles. That's what I'm talking about. Those jugs. So Saturday. So I'm glad Mama Cuda had a nice day on Sunday, and Blue Rhino was with us, and we had a great time. Like I said, you can't do that every day, but on a special occasion like that, you gotta splurge, because no one's more special to me than Mama Cuda.
No,
But
my mom is 80, I think 86 years old or 87 years old. So I went over to her house Sunday, and we're sitting, chatting, looking at her TV. She's got 4 little tiny chihuahuas running the house, barking at me like crazy. But
Thank
my
you,
mom
Sherman.
is in the part of her life. It's like, okay, now, Dane,
Sherman,
when
Callahan,
I
thank you.
die, I want you to make sure that this gets done, and then you
Make
also
sure
have
that
to-
Hooters caters my funeral.
You also have to remember to do this so that your brother, and then I'm like, Mom, give me a book, okay? And write all this in a book for me, okay?
Oh yeah, no, I say the same thing because my dad passed away. I can't find the title to his car. I don't know what any of his damn passwords are. I can't access this. I don't know what things are around. I mean, for God's sakes, leave a fucking will, leave a notebook, leave something that I'll find. My mom right now is making a treasure map. Like cross country, like Carmen Sandiego. I got to drive cross country, a la Indiana Jones. You'll see the little car on the map. I have to follow and find X marks the spot, and that's where my password is. And from there, you could get into my phone to
The
call
top
people to
drawer,
invite
I
them
have
to the wake.
all my jewelry's in the top drawer on the left, and stuff like that. I'm like, Mom, Mama, stop. You're not gonna die. You've got a long time still. That's what I always tell her.
I just want to know where things are. I just want to know where things are. It's like, listen, I don't want you to go anywhere, but when you do, just leave a note for me. Just leave instructions for me.
Yeah.
It's
Leave
like
the bank notes.
One of my best friends, we thought we were going to lose him, and he calls me, and he sent me this long ass email. Look, here's instructions of what to do when I pass away. There's contact this lawyer. Here's where my will is. My estate planner is this guy. Here's my password. He left me this long email, like detailed and organized. And here's something I left for my son in this area, and blah, blah, blah. And here's a list of my bank accounts in this envelope over here, and blah, blah, blah. And this long detailed, and let me tell you something. When I die, which, I don't know, a week or two, I don't know, something like that, the rate I'm going. Yeah.
Show's not over.
Yeah, I know. This may be good for ratings. So, God willing.
I'll keep the camera on you the rest of the show, just in case.
God willing, that, nothing brings on heart palpitations like delicious Bang energy drink. Bang energy drink, possibly the death of me. Bang energy drink. Today's flavor is wild and watermelon, a personal favorite of mine. So you never know. My heart's a pumping. Maybe it'll give out during the show. You never know. If it does, everyone grab a guitar and run. Yeah. No. So anyway, speaking of,
but hold on. Now he sent you this long email. And now it's been like 3, 4, 5 years ago now, and he sees you out at the nightclubs.
Oh no,
by the way, that email I sent you, just disregard all that.
No. He basically, he thankfully lived. He's one of my closest friends. But like I said, it's just, just for your families, leave instructions, leave a note, leave a notebook, leave a detailed of your, don't I can't invite someone to your damn funeral if I don't have phone numbers or a list of people. I don't know what to do with this shit. It's like, Nesdall, we went to his funeral Saturday, and it was packed with love. There were so many people really over there, packed with love. And it was just so good to see so many people, coming out from all places and stuff. And, the funeral home was just, standing room, just a huge packed room of people who love Dave. And it was great to see that, and then there was a wake after the the thing at a firehouse where we, you know, all broke bread and celebrated Dave's life, and you know, we all spoke
Auctioned
on his
off his
behalf.
guitar collection.
No. We spoke on his behalf. You know, we were saying nice things about him, and it was, you know, it was very touching and nice, and, you know, stuff like that. But I know my funeral, I know what's going to happen. I mean, I've left instructions for certain things to happen. First of all, it's going to be catered good. So I want you all there. I want you all there
I'll be there.
You know, whatever it is, I want you all to be there. And because I'm serving shrimp puffs and crab cakes, and there'll be ice cream, and there'll be, you know, all sorts of stuff. I'm gonna have hookers there everywhere. There's gonna be. I'm gonna double down. I'm gonna have, if I'm I haven't decided what to do yet. If I'm cremated, my ashes will be in a spittoon, so every ex-girlfriend can walk by and spit on me, maybe reconstitute me. I don't know. If I choose to be buried, then my coffin will have a stripper pole installed. And I've hired girls to do spins and stuff, and then land splits, you know, on my coffin. So the last thing before that thing goes in the ground is, you know, strippers, you know, doing, you know, leg splits on there. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. There's going to be, there'll be cocaine everywhere. I don't do cocaine, but all my friends do. So I'm going to make sure there's plenty of coke for everybody. You know, there will be glory holes in the funeral home. I'll take care of it. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be like a Beaver Bangers Bonanza is what I'm gonna title it. It'll be the Mancuda Funeral Beaver Bangers Bonanza. Yeah, there's some of the food that'll be served, just some of it. That'll be on the left side. There'll be on the right side. I'll make sure there's good food. I don't know who that woman is. Did I invite her? Yeah. Everyone's going to be coming over to Mama Mancuda to console her, and, you know. But listen, my thing, I'm going to make sure that, you know, some bands are playing there. I'll have Slaughter and Warrant and Poison, and I'll leave enough money to make sure that
Nirvana reunion.
You should get Megadeth.
No, it won't be. I'll make sure Crosby is banned from there. You know, it'll
Crosby's band will be there.
Yeah.
No, Crosby will not be there. He'll be digging the ditch probably.
Guitar Samurai. I know, that's what I thought of too.
Yeah, it's gonna be legendary. You will not go to a better funeral than mine, I assure you. There'll be.
Let's go.
You know, like I said, look, I'm trying to plan it. I'm trying to get things done. Believe me.
This sounds great. I
do
can't wait to go to this. This sounds awesome.
So you're not actually dead.
It'll be like watching Caligula, but with better food and music. You know,
I'm thinking
Symmetry's gonna play. Symmetry will play. We'll have an all-star jam of a lot of my rock star friends. It'll be great. You know, I want to be buried. I want to be buried next to unsold DVD copies of every crappy movie I was in. There's a landfill hole specifically for all the crap that I've been in.
Like this?
Yeah, well, there'll be fresh, a lot of toilet paper there, clearly. There'll be two things in the bathrooms: mirrors for cutting cocaine for my friends, and extra toilet paper from the food we'll be serving. Yeah, so definitely my funeral will be a bonanza of hot ex-girlfriends spitting on my grave, and strippers for hire, and so it'll be great. It'll just be great. I urge you all to attend. It'll be terrific. Yeah,
there's the buffet right there.
Yeah, and it'll be a lot like it'll be a lot like a rock concert, like M3.
Maybe you should have a prequel to the funeral,
like a scare, No, it's Fred Sanford. It's the big one. It's
just
the big
to
one.
See how
energy drink. It's the big one.
Before you actually die, you just throw this big funeral for yourself, just to see who shows up. And
then I come out of the coffin. I come out of the coffin and I take inventory. Whoever showed up gets a guitar.
Who did that? There was a show where somebody did that. There was a Curb Your Enthusiasm where one of the characters did that. Did you see that one?
Han 36 Solo said it
I
best.
didn't see
Johnny
that
will
one.
go live. Hey, everybody, this is Johnny Beane from the Mancuda funeral. We'll be live on Twitch today.
Well, we're
be
live right
broadcasting.
now.
If you want to tribute to Mancuda from the Guitar More and change my lights to Mancuda Pink, you could change my lights. You just donate to Johnny Beane. This is all going to me. And change
chat.
the lights to Mancuda Pink. Yeah, there will
Yeah.
be there will be gift bags of condoms and a guitar and Swiss picks at my funeral. Every gift bag, it'll be like leaving the Oscars where you leave with an expensive gift bag. You know, every gift bag has a mystery guitar in it, and you know there will be a Swiss pick in there. See, the greatest gripping guitar pick ever, Swiss picks. Thank you, Swiss
Wow.
picks. Yeah, because everyone likes these, so we'll give these out, and it'll have all sorts of stuff. It'll you know. So there you go. It'll be luck of the draw what guitar you get, but it'll be
Hey,
very
I got
cool.
new Swiss picks, guys. Look at this thing.
Whoa.
Ooh, that's a
Yeah, look
pointy
at that,
one.
a brand new Swiss pick, and it's 2 millimeters thick, so super thick,
That's the
and a
blue
brand
cheese
new
version.
design for those guys that like those jazz 2 picks that are super, super heavy.
Mhm.
And Pete was telling me choke up on it and just for the really fast shredder dude. So his inventory of Swiss picks is he's always innovating, and he's always coming up with new designs and stuff. This is the newest design. I don't know exactly what he named it, but he gave me a
I
couple
like-
to just check
Those
out.
are cool. I like the round tip ones. Those are pointy. I like the round tip guys.
Right.
But I know the Jason Becker edition are the blue cheese ones.
Yeah.
So I know those are contributing to some money to Jason's charity, which is great. And speaking of Swiss picks, Craig over at CHS Custom Guitars and his son CJ. His son CJ is this 12-year-old who loves playing guitar, and all through sitting there, I just see the kid going like this, just practicing his strumming hand. So I said, when I get back to LA, I'll get you some Swiss picks. So that's a promise from me to him. And he was
Cool.
there, and a lot of people were at Nesdall's funeral. It was nice. Larry Mitchell was there, and Adam Reaver from FU Tone was there. So we're there was just a lot of love at Nesdall's. There won't be a lot of love at mine, but there was a lot of love at Nesdall's. But mine will have good food, so don't miss it. Don't put it in your calendar. It's coming. It's coming.
Literally.
It's coming, boy. I'm racing to the
I found
grave
the
as fast
buffet.
as I can, guys.
I found the buffet. There
There you are. Donut burgers. Donut burgers. Maybe I'll have those at my funeral as well. Donut burgers. And listen, as far as Nesdall's funeral, if you didn't make it, because I got a lot of notes from people that couldn't make it, that wanted to, and of course we all love Dave, so we all wanted to, just talk about him, pay tribute to him, say nice things about him, and it's that's the way to honor your friends. That's the way to honor someone great. Is talk about them. And don't worry, you didn't make it to the funeral. That's okay. Talk to him. His spirit's with us. Say nice things about him on Facebook, and honor him. That's the way we honor our friends. As for me, forget about me. just play whatever I leave you. Just play the guitars. That's all. So there you go. Anyway.
Wow.
So let's talk about some metal, because do you feel that? Do you feel that in the air? Do you guys feel that? That electricity in the air? You know what that is? Do you feel that, Dan?
Metal.
Do you guys in the chat feel that electricity in the air? Johnny, do you feel that? Excitement in the air and electricity in the air. You know what that is? That is the leftover energy from the M3 festival that just happened, because Eric Gronwell did a killer show with Skid Row. and just brought the house down at the M3 Festival. There is a lot of video of this show, and a lot of people, of course, played M3. It was, it's a big festival. A lot of great bands. Yngwie was there. I mean, just a lot of bands were there. But the talk
Was he parking
of the
cars?
week, yeah, I know. I'm the greatest car parker of all. Yeah. Keith Campbell, the M3 Festival was a big metal festival.
Is it this?
There it is. That's it.
How come we didn't talk about this beforehand?
We did talk about it like a few weeks ago. We announced what was there. We could look up who was the lineup. We could look it up, Johnny. Let's see. Who was the lineup? Let's see. Is that it?
Yeah.
Is that the
Tesla.
lineup? Tom Kiefer of Cinderella. Pants Dogs! Did he perform that one? I don't know. Extreme.
Probably.
Let's see. Extreme. Is that the Extreme? That's Extreme there.
Yeah.
There you go. Scroll up. Who else we got? Let's see. Kicks, Blue Oyster Cult, Skid Row with their new frontman, Eric Gronwell, Stephen Piercy of Rats, Stryper, Yngwie Malmsteen, Doro Pesh, Tony Harnell of TNT, Zebra. That's nice to see those guys on the road, my hometown boys. Let's see.
Cool.
The Choir Boys, XYZ. Always nice to see Terry back at XYZ. That's one of my favorite underrated 80s bands. Lizzie Borden, also very cool. Leatherwolf, another really underrated band. Heaven's Edge, nice to see them back on the road. Lillian Axe. I mean, this is a big, big festival. Let's see. Burning Witches, Vane. Love Davey Vane, one of my favorite frontmen of the 80s. Very underrated if you haven't heard Vane. And what is that? Count
77.
What's that
Counts
between them?
77.
Count S? Count S77? I'm not familiar with that band. Count 77? Okay, Count 77. I'm not familiar with them.
It says counts.
So what sort of show is that? That's a killer show. Look at that lineup. I think it was 3 days? I think it was a 3-day festival.
Is that a current photo?
No, that's an 80s photo, but God bless them. They're a good band. I like.
Can you imagine if it was?
I like Heaven's Edge. Yeah, if they haven't aged, man, I want to know what they're eating and drinking. But Heaven's Edge.
Oh, Dan from Counting Cars.
Not
go
bangs.
back to that. Go back to the 77 band. Court 77. It's the dude from Counting Cars. The Count.
Is that who that is?
Counting Crows?
In the center with the big black bandana on his head.
Christopher Live Sawa says Tom Kiefer played 16 hit songs at that show. Tom Kiefer is great, man. Tom Kiefer is still, I saw Tom a couple of years ago, maybe just before the pandemic hit, and really, really good live. He's got that raspy voice, and that's hard to take care of, so I'm really glad about that. Okay, so it's Danny Coker's band from Counting Cars.
It's good to see Stephen Piercy out playing. And he's got that dude that was in Rough Cut. I always keep talking about Rough Cut because my band opened up for them a year or two ago. And it wasn't actually Rough Cut. They were Rough Riot. So it was Rough Cut and Quiet Riot guys. But that guy is with Stephen Piercy right now, the guitar player. Stephen Piercy's out, playing a ton of gigs. I heard an interview on Eddie Trunk.
Wait, you said Stephen Piercy's out?
He's out playing a lot of gigs.
Well, listen, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm a big gay rights advocate. Right. I have a lot of LGBTQ friends, so that's okay.
And so he's playing tons of cool shows, and
he's playing 16
he's
songs.
Working very hard on it, and apparently his health.
You said hard on.
He had a liver. Yeah, he was talking about cancer and stuff like that, and he says he's all good, everything's fine.
That's great.
So hopefully there isn't any health scare with Stephen Piercy, and he's working on his
tough
sixth
guy, and
solo album.
He's got a lot of cool side projects too. A friend of mine's working with him on a side project.
Oh, he's working on his 6th solo album right now, and he wants to do another Rat album if he could get all the original guys back.
Nice.
Good luck.
Hey, listen, we all want that, but you know, the Warren DeMartini's a holdout. That's not going to happen. And money's not talking to Warren DeMartini. I mean, so far, you know, but they're always looking for a rat reunion. I'd love to see a rat reunion. We've talked about on the show 100 times. They've had near misses, and it's always Warren not wanting to do it. He just, you know, money's not tempting him enough. Let's see. Looking in the chat. Let's see.
And Stephen did talk about. Oh, I'm
What?
sorry. Go ahead. I was
What
still on
happened? What happened?
Stephen. But he did have that really bad fucking show. I have to keep talking about Stephen for a minute. But he had that really bad show about a year ago where he was on paid meds and he was over leaning up against the drums out on the streets. That's what I mean. But apparently his knee was completely blown out. He was in extreme pain. He was taking, you know, pain meds, and he started doing a bunch of shots. And so he had the worst show of his life. But he, you know, he's got bad knees, and who knows? But he's doing good. He's out there kicking ass.
Let's see. Christopher Live Sour says Tom Kiefer is touring with LA Guns and Faster Pussycat this summer. I would see all of those bands. LA Guns is kicking ass, and Faster Pussycat always kicks ass. G. Bushnoff remembers seeing Cinderella when they opened for David Lee Roth during the Eat and Smile tour. That was a great tour. Bozique brings up, okay, the Count is a guy who has a hit car restoration show, Johnny Beane and John Mancuda. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's the same show that George Lynch brought his car on to have it like played with and customized, I think it was that show. Yeah, Counting Cars. Thank you, Bozique. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Now I know who he is.
Now that makes sense.
One of those produced by the same TV shows that did like Pawn Star,
Hollywood Treasure. Hollywood
and,
Treasure
on the History Channel stuff.
Hollywood Treasure on the Sci-Fi Channel. Hollywood Treasure on the Sci-Fi Channel.
I've watched a couple of those.
That's
what
I hope you've all watched a couple of those. Every time you do, I get paid. 3 seasons worth. Go get them.
Hollywood Treasures.
3 seasons. Hollywood Treasure.
Sci-Fi Channel.
I don't know where it is now. It's not on the Sci-Fi Channel anymore. When we did it live, it was on Sci-Fi Channel, but I don't know. I mean, I think it's on Hulu or it's in reruns somewhere because they keep getting checks. Yes, Bozique, correct. John Mancuda, they give Lynch a rhino horn as a shifter. It wasn't a rhino horn; it was a cow horn.
Blue rhino horn.
It was, God forbid. Blue Rhino is off limits. Let's see. Mad Dog says Red Dragon Cartel rehearsed and played the first show at the Count's Club. Let's put it this way. You can still see videos of the M3 festival. They're starting to come out on YouTube now. Everyone's got phones now, and everyone, records shows and stuff. And that M3 is it was apparently some festival. So so that's what you should be watching. Check out the Skid Row show, because seeing Eric Gronwell fronting Skid Row is like seeing Sebastian Bach with short hair. He's energetic. He's young. He's out there. He's connecting with the audience. He's screaming out the vocals in amazing tone. He's got a set of pipes on him, man. He's got a set of pipes, and that's just really that was the show that everyone's talking about, because suddenly, for the first time since the 80s, there's a real excitement about Skid Row. And I've said it on the show before, and I'm going to be seeing them with Warrant in July. I'll be at that show in July in Los Angeles, and looking forward to that. And the Warrant guys always deliver as well. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that show and cheering them on, because, man, to see Skid Row back in fighting shape is really nice,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the one that everyone's excited about.
So
Dude,
aside from the new singer, it's all original members.
So the original members, except the drummer, is different. They didn't get back Rob Affuso, but there's it's Scotty Hill and Rachel Bolan and Dave Sabo. So it's the original band, and those guys are great. And like I said, Keith Campbell, bald-headed Skid Row singer. No, Eric Gronwell has hair. He's got like he's got short hair, but he's got like almost like a full body mohawk kind of thing. But he's, like I said, he's just a great singer. He's a great frontman. He's a really great frontman. He was the frontman of Heat, who I've talked about on the show a lot overseas. Heat was really, really bringing it over their last 3 albums when he was on there. And the Skid guys bagged him. The Skid guys, got a hold of him and really brought Skid Row back to life. They resuscitated that band back to life, and it's really great to see it. So Heat got back their original first singer, I believe. So they're still in good shape, and it's nice to see. But definitely check out the Skid Row shows. Let me know in the comments on the video what you think of the Skid Row performances at M3, because hey, Alice Martinez, we were talking about
Alice.
You. Thank you again for the nice popcorn. We haven't received it yet, but I know
It was delicious.
Dane
Alice.
has. Dana's got his, and Johnny, you'd better forward Mama Kuda hers. So, but thank you, Alice. But no, I want to know what you guys think of those performances. And there's a lot of videos. Try to get the ones from the front of the audience, because there's some taken from the side of the stage, and it's hard to hear, the actual speakers and whatnot from the side of the stage. But the ones that are from the front of the audience, when you watch this guy, you see he's young, energetic. He replaced ZP Theart, who was previously of Dragon Force and fronted the Skids for a number of years. And you should watch those videos. They're well worth watching, especially the Skid Row ones.
Yeah.
Especially
later. Not right now.
Yeah. Definitely don't do it right now. Let's put it this way. If you're not here right now, I hope you're at the Whiskey A Go-Go, because the Whiskey A Go-Go right now, as we're on the air here, or at least actually, what time? No, you know what?
6:20.
It's only 6:20.
Okay, so later tonight,
in 40 minutes.
later tonight, there's still time. Later tonight at the Whiskey, there's a big show going on. It's a tribute to the let's see if I have the lineup here.
I'm opening this.
Hold on.
Today's Ultimate Jam Night, the Big Four, and more.
Big Four. Now what it is, it's a tribute to the Big Four. The Big Four of metal, if you don't know, it's Megadeth, Metallica, Anthrax, and Slayer. And they're having an Ultimate Jam Night to those guys, featuring a lot of past members of bands. Just to give you an idea,
those bands?
David, well, some of them, like David Ellefson of Megadeth is there. Jeff Young of Megadeth was there. Then you have Neil Turbin, Mike Heller, Brian Beeler, Ira Black, Doc Coyle, Paulie Z, and some of these guys were in, Wasp and Death Clock, Metal Church, members of Bohemian Queen, Power Flow, Marty Friedman's band Rat. Jordan Ziff is there from Rat, Gabriel Colin from Culprit. It's like a who's who of guys that were in a lot of metal bands, basically all in a big jam rotation, paying tribute to Metallica, Megadeth, Anthrax, and Slayer. Which, look, if you've gone to those Whiskey Ultimate Jam Nights, they're fucking great. They're really, really great. And especially when they have a theme like this, so all the songs they're going to be playing, a lot of your favorites. That's great stuff, man. That's really great stuff. I love seeing stuff like that. So tonight, see if you could get down to the Whiskey after you're done watching here, if you're in LA, because that'll definitely be worth it. And there'll be surprise guests there. I know they said someone else from Wasp will be there, and Yeah, I mean, Keith Campbell, yeah, there'll be, some scabs there, but look, everyone has their time, Dave Ellefson certainly wasn't a scab. Dave Ellefson was, a big part of Megadeth for a while. And then hopefully
And then
he
what
won't touch
happened?
himself on stage, I've got a masturbate. Yeah. I can't control myself. Hopefully he doesn't have dinner at Hooters just before the show. Where are you in Megadeth? I've got a masturbate. Hopefully that won't happen. Hopefully he'll just play and but that should be a good show. That should be a really good show. The whiskey. Oh my God, there they are. Yeah. Listen, don't sit in the front row without a poncho to that show. So Dave may break out his piece that sells, and he's spanking.
Piece
Super
sells,
glue that
but
pick to his
my
hand.
My piece smells and I'm spanking. My piece smells and I'm wanking.
Yeah, trust me, it's I love David Ellefson. I'm just playing, but it should be a really good show. Just like I said, just mind where you're sitting in that show. It's like going to the aquarium. When you go to the aquarium, you gotta remember there's a splash zone at the front of the seats. You gotta be aware you're gonna get wet there. So if you're sitting in front of Dave Ellefson, you
Wear a poncho.
You take a mortal man. Dun, 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 dun. You take him to Hooters. Dun, 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 dun.
Just like my lonely penis rubbing my rod at your face.
Yeah.
Gross.
The brain explodes. Dun, 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 dun. What a
Penis
great
smells.
Wow, 100 watching.
Peace sells to penis.
awesome.
Terrible. Yeah, hit the like button
Guys, you guys know what band is
while we're
totally,
talking about metal. Hit the like
you
button.
know what band is totally kicking butt right now? I mean, like
The Whiskey Dogs.
Well, other than that, I'm talking about Kiss. They're in South America. They're playing all these huge freaking like stadium gigs where there's like 50,000 people there. And these people down there are so happy to see Kiss play. Like they're in Detroit Rock City and they start with the lead down, 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 down. And the audience is going, whoa, whoa. They're singing along with everything. The guitar solos. It's amazing. And they sound great. Kiss could put out a live CD with some of this stuff.
Cause your pussy is tight.
Kiss is kicking major ass. The vocals sound great. They are super energetic.
Get up, everybody's gotta leave their seat. Get down, Dave Ellefson's beating his meat.
They're
gotta put your dick away in Detroit, Dave Ellefson. Yeah, listen, Kiss always has my heart. Kiss always has my heart. These guys are going to the old age home with metal in their hearts, performing for the fans. God bless Kiss.
They're jumping around and doing great things on stage.
They have 40 pounds of gear on them right now. Okay, they have 40 pounds of gear. They've been doing it for 50 years, nonstop. Paul and Gene, two old Jewish guys getting up there on wires, swinging across the fucking audience with this gear, landing on his knees. I mean, for gosh sakes, give them the credit they do because they put in the work.
And his Ibanez Iceman at the end, you know how he breaks his Ibanez at the end of every concert?
Yeah, sure.
He really broke it this time. They had
he always breaks it, but those that listen, newsflash, those are not his regular Ibanez's. He gets one for that final song that's pre-scored a little bit and ready to be broken, and They they have a truckload of those, you know.
Yeah.
But we do it all for the fans. We go out and we do it all for the fans and a nominal fee.
I bet they go through
Nominal fee.
I bet they go through $250,000 worth of fireworks at that show.
The biggest pyro shows ever. If you've never seen Kiss live, you guys gotta see Kiss, because I mean, for gosh sakes, Kiss always puts in the work for their fans. They always put on the best entertainment show ever. They just do. They just do. That's what Kiss does. They do it for their fans. They do. I mean, they do it for money too. But look, they earn that money. They work their ass off. They work
Paul
their
Stanley's
ass off.
voice
I've never
sounds.
been to a Kiss show I've never enjoyed.
They're in
you
great
know?
shape. Paul's voice
Oh, yeah.
is sounding great.
Yeah.
Beane has always sounded great, and they're
And look,
big, they're
let
strong, they're
me
doing great.
let me put this to rest real quick. Okay. Yes, Kiss uses a little bit of backing vocals on the backing tracks. Okay. But for the most part, Paul's singing most of it, and Gene's singing most of it, And look, when you get to that age, you need a little help. I'd rather them do most of the singing and have a little backing tracks for vocals, because you gotta. And I've never been to a Kiss show that I was not thrilled. And Bozique says a quote from Paul Stanley: "We want to say to all you fans, we love you, because without you, we'd all be poor." and he's right. Kiss is always about all the fans, man. I've seen them many times over the years with various lineups, and they've always put on 1,000%. And Tommy Thayer's doing a good job as Ace, and I get the whole controversy and whatever.
He's
and look,
doing a great job.
They even said, look, Ace Frehley might show up at some of those final shows. He's invited, and Ace says, I'll come if they pay me right. So who knows what'll happen. And at the end of the day, you don't get a bad Kiss show. Dan in New Jersey says, I don't get Kiss, I never will. Okay, it's not for everybody, but they've made incredible livings for 50 years in the business. And they've done it with all the flair and pomp and fireworks and brilliance that you want at a rock show. You're not disappointed. You're not bored at a Kiss show. They
you're not
so
asleep.
much in pyro.
See if you can give us a picture of Gene Simmons in his demon.
He's right there, Dave.
Spitting blood, the demon thing.
He's
But
right
I mean,
there.
he
From
before
what
God
year,
of
though?
Thunder.
Back then or now?
No, now Buenos Aires of like last month, the God of Thunder. There's a picture of him with the blood, and it's all up close, and he's just like, it's hilarious.
Johnny's got to work now. You're giving
Ah,
Johnny work,
sorry,
Dane. You're on
Johnny.
thin ice here. You're on thin
What
ice.
year? I mean, there's tons. I mean,
2022. This like a month ago in Buenos Aires. They played to like 100,000 people. It was the same venue that was where unfortunately the Foo Fighters' last show, or one of their last shows down there.
This is so nasty.
G. Bushnoff
Because
says, I want to see this tour, but I just couldn't spend the money to not see Ace and Peter. Ace and Peter have been out for so long, man. I mean, look, I love Ace and Peter. They came back in the 90s for a little bit. Look, I'd love to see it with Bruce Kulick, who I consider, one of the best guitarists out there.
I consider his wife a Facebook friend.
I'd love to see. There you go.
What kind of friend?
She's my friend on Facebook.
Facebook. It's a social media site, Dave.
MySpace.
I mean, Eric Singer has been in the band for forever, and now he's obviously the Cat Man, and look, even Tommy has been in the band for a long time. But look, you're not going to get Ace, and I mean, even if you do, maybe you will at one time. And, the Kiss cruise, I know they extended another 2 weeks so they could get more shows in there. The last Kiss cruise, you might want to go to one of those. I mean, you're just not going to get a bad show at Kiss, no matter who the lineup is. And Keith Campbell, I made this call that they would not miss the 50th anniversary. They were going to stop it at 48 years or 47 years. And I said, there's no way with the money making that the merch they will do for Kiss 50, they will not miss that opportunity. So I do still stick by that they will go until they've reached 50 years and can end on that high note landmark and clean up. Because I know I want a Kiss 50th anniversary shirt, at least one of them, maybe more. I mean, the marketing, the merch for Kiss 50th anniversary, absolutely. Gene is like, it's so close. Yeah, we really want to do something special for the fans, like make more money, and just the 50th anniversary shirts will be very limited. There will be 7 tiers of them. The highest one will come with a gold hanger that Gene will bring over to your house. That's $16,000.
Gene will put the shirt
it'll
on
go
you.
down from there. It'll
Dane's
go down
trying
from
to
there.
trying to look at Facebook.
I got
You've never heard of Facebook? Dane? David Crosby friend request? What's this?
Flip and stuff.
What's this David Crosby friend request?
Oh.
No, but Kiss puts on an amazing show, and so yeah, that'll be what they're up to right now. But
this is nasty, man. Look.
well, look, that's part of the fun. That's part of the fun.
Look at this.
The
Oh
blood
my
coming out of
gosh,
the
this is
mouth.
awful.
Alice Martinez,
That's
you
for
live
the
down
God
the
of
street from
Thunderstorm.
Alice Martinez, you live down the street from Gene? You live
Gene
down the street
Simmons,
from
I
Gene
live
Simmons?
down the street.
In LA or where he just moved to? I think where'd he move to? Nevada?
I don't know. Alice, let's walk over there.
Alice, yeah, let's Alice is not real blood. I know. Thank you though.
That could be. That's not really Gene.
I thought that was real blood for all these years.
For all the women, Gene goes down on
It's like a Korean barbecue.
Oh, Alice says she lived near him when he was in Los Angeles. So she's got new neighbors. There you go.
I'm sure there'd be a awesome barbecue at that place.
Keith Campbell says
Korean
my
barbecue.
neighbor lived one floor right above Ace Frehley in the Bronx. That's cool.
Ace Frehley.
Ace Frehley. Back in the day. And I saw Ace at Christmas. I was serving him dinner at the homeless shelter. So it would be great if they would bring him on to get him back, get him back in the saddle there.
Korean barbecue during the wrong time of the month, right there.
There you go. Thank you guys. Yeah, no, we know it's not real blood. We know it's not real blood, kids.
It is. He bit his tongue.
There you go.
Remember
If he
back
bit
in the
his
days,
tongue, it'd
he
be like
had such a long tongue. They were like, I
fire
think
hose.
somebody they actually gave him a tongue out of a cow. He has a cow tongue extension. Oh, really? That's what we believed in back
Well,
then.
listen, I love a good tongue sandwich, boy. It's
here's how
Jewish
dedicated
deli.
Gene Simmons
Corned beef
is
and tongue.
to performing. Every time he does his stunt, he bites his tongue, and
No
that's
way.
that's real blood.
Oh, it looks
Right?
like a quart. Yeah, that's like a half a gallon of blood. Right
I mean,
there.
you have to realize these
Long
guys are up.
tongue?
These
Tongue?
guys
Yeah,
are
he's got
up
a
there
long
in age.
tongue.
These guys are up there in age doing this. I was just reading an interview with the bassist of Triumph, the band Triumph, on a hypothetical reunion tour, and they said, "So, are you thinking of doing it?" He's like, "We would have to have the best medical technicians around us all the time. We're in our 70s, and we're inhaling dry ice and smoke from pyro, and so imagine now you're Kiss, and you're older than the guys in Triumph." And you're inhaling all the smoke from the pyro there that they do, and all the blood and the fire and all that takes its toll, boys and girls. So you can imagine, that's a lot. But I predict they're gonna go to 50. I still stick with that. That's where I'm thinking. Let's shift gears here because I have a lot to talk about with the stadium tour. Stadium tour for you guys knowing it's coming up. It's gonna happen. It looks like it's gonna happen. We're counting down the days. It's starting in the summer. We're almost there.
That's around the corner.
So,
and let me just show this real quick. I got to show
ahead.
this one. I just found this one.
Oh boy. That's when Gene found out he was cheated out of some royalties. You mean what? What do you mean? I'm not getting paid my nominal fee.
I have what on my chin?
You would think after years and years and years of doing the same little skit that he would be like, okay, everybody's seen the blood thing. Let me move on to something else or not do it anymore.
No, man. That's what you're paying for. Listen, every Thanksgiving, I watch The Wizard of Oz. Every Christmas, I watch a Charlie Brown Christmas. There are certain things you do every year and you don't outgrow it and you don't get tired of it. And seeing Gene spit fire and spit blood, that's part of the thing. If you went to a Kiss concert and he didn't spit fire and blood, you would not be happy. You'd feel cheated.
That's true.
That's what you're going for. You're going for the classics.
And the
What if he spit out his teeth?
You want when you go to a Kiss show, you want to hear your favorites. You want to hear Rock and Roll All Night, Party Every Day. You want to hear Detroit Rock City. You want to hear Love Gun. You want to hear all the classics. If you don't hear the classics, you're not going to be happy.
Classic with a K.
Yeah. Classic with a K.
Christine.
All right, let's talk about the stadium tour because I got a lot to say about the stadium tour.
Christine, 54.
The older he gets, the creepier he looks too.
No, she'd be in her 60s now.
He's starting to look like a demon.
Christine 6D.
Christine 60.
Christine 60. That's what I'm saying. She was underage then, and she's overage.
I knew that
now.
time I saw you coming out of the old folks'
sarcophagus.
Home. I knew I had to have you
coming out of the Marshalls. That's right, Alice.
Thank you, Alice.
Christine is now 64, 69.
When I'm 64.
Plus, on this new tour, Eric, 60. The drummer, is behind the piano doing
64.
I see you guys not. Their drummer, Eric, is it Eric?
Eric Singer. Eric Singer's been in the band since
behind
the
a
90s.
piano. He sits behind a grand piano and he plays Beth, I Hear You, or however it goes. He plays Beth. It's great. Wow.
Lindy.
Like he's got
Lindy, help us, please.
Beth, I hear you calling, and you've put on a little weight. I'm not coming home to you tonight. I'm gonna be real late. Just a few more pounds, and I'll be divorcing you. I see you grazing on the lawn. Oh, Beth, you're about to moo. Beth, you're about to moo.
Moo, moo, moo.
There's so many fun things I could do with that song, boy. This is my girl, Lindy Lynch. Hey, Lindy. We're talking about Kiss, but we're going to shift gears. We're going to talk about the stadium tour right now because I got a lot to talk about. There's a bunch of stuff in the news. Let's start off with this. This one's my favorite story of the week. Phil Collen of Def Leppard has come out publicly, and because now Johnny, of course, has memories of Phil Collen. Phil Collen barreled through Johnny at NAMM. I was right there.
Yep.
Johnny's shoulder's never been the same. The lawsuit's pending. Phil Collen and his entourage just charging through NAMM. There was Phil. Phil himself just is built like a little wall. He's not a big guy, but he's rock solid, hard, cut abs. The guy never wears a shirt. I don't think he even owns a shirt. And you just see those muscles bulging. And he just shoulder checked Johnny Beane. Just, no, not purposely, but it was just, he just barreled through Johnny and it was like,
yeah.
You know, Johnny just went
this is
flying.
True.
And, you know,
this is totally true.
I was there. I was there. Johnny
was
is
literally
haunted. Johnny's haunted in his dreams by Phil Collins. It's
And Phil
Johnny
Collins.
wakes up screaming, honey, what's the matter? Phil Collins, he was coming to get me. His shoulder, and I want, and I need, and I love Johnny Beane. And yeah,
Elbow.
yeah. Eat my flesh.
I like it.
Johnny, go on to
so
the
weird.
photo of the story I'm talking about. How about that?
But look I'm finding all these like weird pictures of this guy.
Johnny's got one job, and it's too much. It's just too much. Anyway, Phil Collins recently interviewed talking about the stadium tour, because we're getting down to the nitty gritty. Okay,
When's this tour supposed to start?
this summer,
June,
July, this summer, either June or July. I forget. Maybe someone in the chat has the specific date that they're beginning. But the point is, look, we're getting down to the wire, and everybody's worried about Vince Neil. He's out of shape. He's fat. He doesn't know the lyrics. His voice is crashing. So they asked Phil Collins, what's going to go on? Are you guys all still on for the show? And Phil Collins says there will be now a personal trainer on the road with Def Leppard and Motley Crue. And he says, and he's kind of saying this with a little direction of a little hint. Hopefully, Vince Neil will be working out. Hopefully, Vince Neil will be working out with me, because I will be working out, and hopefully Vince will be working out with us, because everyone's asking Nikki Sixx, hey, how's Vince? Oh, he's getting ready for the show. He's getting ready, and then someone spots him at Baskin Robbins huffing down a banana split. So, everybody's asking and concerned, because think about how much money is on the table here for the stadium show. Think about all that's at
Baskin
stake,
Robbins,
hinging on Motley Crue. And speaking of eating, are we eating you, Alice Martinez? I just saw you eat me. There's an invitation.
Gosh.
Think about this. A lot is riding on this tour. So somebody somewhere in charge apparently basically said, look, we got to get through this shit. And Vince is the weak link in the chain.
Oh my gosh.
Vince is the weak link in the chain. So we got to get
sausage link.
We got to get him in shape, like it or not. Even Dave Mustaine in the top right of the corner is looking like, I don't think Vince is going to do it. Yeah. So now they're at this point of, and they're trying to make it sugar coated, but they're at this point of the reality is if they
sugarcoat it, he'll go for it.
They've got to force this guy. They've got to force this guy. Here's the thing, Lindy. Lindy says, will losing all his weight get his voice back? First of all, Vince is a vocalist. Okay. You can't sing well when your breathing is huffing and puffing, walking across a stage, much less trying to run as Vince waddles from one side to the other. Okay. So losing the weight will help him breathe better, which will help him sing better. Then they should get a vocal coach, and he's certainly not healthy. But he's got to learn the words. Someone's probably right now, like sitting with him, like a school kid with a tutor, saying, all right, Vince, here's Kickstart My Heart. Okay. When I get high on speed. When my thighs are on fire, I light in corn feed. No, Vince. When I get high on speed. I like this guy. He's what I need. No, Vince. No, that's not the word. No. So, yeah, listen. So a lot is riding on Vince Neil because Def Leppard and Motley Crue are co-headlining. So Half the time, Def Leppard will finish the show. Half the time, Crue will finish the show. They're alternating. There's tons of money at stake. And all everyone has seen in these few Vince Neil solo shows, Vince not being able to finish the show, Vince not being able to sing the songs, Vince not being able to hit the notes, Vince not being able to remember the words, Vince, craving licorice on stage. I mean, the guy's got to shape up. So now they've gone to the length.
Wait,
and they're
so this
trying
ain't
to
recent?
sugarcoat it. This is very recent. This is this week.
This isn't
This
recent?
is this week. There he is.
This picture.
Oh, no, this was back in the day. That's Vince.
Wow, Vince is working
1988.
hard.
That was 1988. There, Vince looked good, right? Yeah. No, listen. They're sugarcoating it, but Phil Collins basically is like, listen, Vince is gonna work out with me. He's gonna work out with me. And think of the contrast, because Phil Collins is jacked. Phil Collins looks like that. Okay, Phil Collins is Johnny felt the steely muscles.
It was like a brick.
Him over.
It was like a brick. It was like I knocked into like a brick. Really?
Yeah, the guy's jacked. So Phil has no worries. Phil doesn't need to work out, but he's basically going to be like, pumping Vince Neil, at the weights. Come on, Vince. Come on, get that thing up. Get that thing up. And Vince is like, Viagra, I could do it. No, Vince. The weights, Vince. Get the weights up. Yeah. So, Vince will be craving, soft serve, and they'll be trying to, steamroll his stomach flat.
He'll get through it. I think he'll get through it. There might be a few nights where it's kind of rough on him, but I think overall, he'll get through it. Yeah, he'll get through it. It'll be mediocre at best.
At this point, they're forcing his hand. At this point, they've gone to the length of getting this trainer. They've gone to this. This is the 11th hour. This is the 11th fucking hour for hundreds of millions of dollars at stake on this tour. And all of this is resting on the shoulders of Vince Neil, whether it's gonna succeed or fail. Because keep in mind, they're not just wanting to do this for America. They're doing it, the stadium tour starting in America. They want to move this to South America. They want to move this to Europe. They want to move this to Asia. They want to do this tour continuing all over the world. This is a big deal. And yes, Lindy Lynch, nothing would get Vince worked up like some Bang energy drink, delicious Bang energy drink, getting Vince's heart popping. Yeah, because right now Vince is huffing down the Kernels gourmet popcorn and on all the chocolate and all the goodies that you're supposed to eat sparingly. Vince has been inhaling it like a vacuum.
He's never been a great singer, though. I heard an interview when Vince, back in the day, when he was in the studio, they would record him singing the song 3 times. And then they would take the best words, so the best phrasing from those 3 takes and make one solid take out of it. And then they'd say, okay, come back in. And then he'd sing it 2 more times. And then out of those 5 takes, they would, cut it.
That's how they make records, though. That's everybody.
Yeah,
does
that's normal process, Dane. I mean, let's put it this way: is Vince the most technically wonderful singer ever? No, neither was David Lee Roth, and yet they made legendary records, great stuff. Look, I'm in Vince's corner. I want the guy to do well. I'll say this 1,000 times. I love Motley Crue. I saw them 100 times. I have all the records. I bought the merch. I read the book. Saw the movie. Love Motley Crue. I want them to do well. But at this point, there's a lot of money at stake. And Vince is like fucking shingles. Vince doesn't care. Vince just needs to fucking, get some pressure on him. This is that moment. This is that moment where management has said, enough. Vince, you got to get in shape. Vince, you got to get this shit in order. There's hundreds of millions of dollars at stake. Vince, get your shit together. Here's a trainer. And Nikki's like, yeah, no, Vince has been training and blah, blah, blah. But, there's no results. So now Phil Collins doing the training the publicity and saying, hey, I'm going to be working out during the tour. We got a trainer. And I believe Vince is going to be working out with me. So there you go. This is management basically behind the scenes, pulling behind the curtain and saying, enough. Vince, this is the lengths we're going to. Get in that fucking gym, get your breathing straight and strong, get ready to walk across all these stages, and get ready to punch out some vocals, because it's a lot at stake. And this is where we step in and get a fucking trainer. No more games. This is the 11th hour. So there you go. So this is Phil Collin basically going and, doing a polite way of saying, yeah, we're having a trainer. We're going to work out. And Vince is going to work with us. Vince is going to be there working out. Vince is going to be right with us, and he's going to be doing good. And, that's all you could really do at this point. That's all you could really do is just, put it out there, because it's just nuts at this point. It's gotten so out of hand.
Because back in the day, all these musicians just got so much praise. Everybody, oh, you're so freaking awesome. And it's just coming in from everywhere. Every time they go anywhere, any bar gig, any gig, any record, anything they did, they get so many people are like, man, we love you. You're so awesome. And then now it's all flipped the other direction, where all we're doing is everybody out in the world is making fun of these musicians that can't sing anymore. I'm even hearing stuff about Paul McCartney now.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. I like these guys putting in the work as best they can. I respect John Bon Jovi, because the guy is doing his best. His voice is giving out, but he's there trying. He knows the words. He knows how to work an audience. He's still an entertainer, okay? David Lee Roth knows his words. He doesn't have the ability anymore, but he's an entertainer. They're putting on a show. Kiss needs a little bit of backing vocals. I understand when people get old. I get it. I get when you are trying your best, when you are trying to do the performance, when you're putting in 1,000% of your ability. Some people still have it. Look, Jeff Tate can still belt out vocals. Paul Stanley can still do his dances and his vocals as best he can. John Bon Jovi, not so much the vocals, but he can get the other things done. They're trying. They're putting in as best the effort that they can do. And that's all we as fans can ask. I will go to a show where I will see John Bon Jovi struggling, and it's sad, but I'm appreciating this guy's effort. I've enjoyed all that they've done for us over the years, and I appreciate these efforts. Look, Warrant is still able to kill it. Slaughter's still able to kill it. Skid Row has new injection, still able to kill it. There's, as long as you're putting in 100% of what you can do, I will buy the tickets. I will buy the shirt. I will buy the CD. I will support you, because you, for all these years since the 80s, have entertained me, and I'm not going to betray you. I'm going to put in the money. I'm going to speak with my wallet. I'm going to say, you know what? You're trying for us. I'm going to back you up, man. I'm going to say thank you for all you've done. I'm going to say thank you for Ned leaving the couch. I'm going to say thank you for putting out another album, for doing another tour, for giving me another chance to see you guys live while everyone's living. Say thank you, Ned, for coming on the show.
It's rough on these guys now, because
they're getting older. We're all getting older.
Now it's just all turned to criticism, and it's got to be tough. The amount of criticism that Vince and Don Dokken and
here's the difference.
Paul McCartney is getting. It's going to be like
the difference. Here's the difference. This is where Vince loses me. This is where I'm mad at Vince Neil. This is where I get frustrated. This is the difference, because Vince Neil is not putting in the work. He's not putting the effort. He's not trying for the fans. Okay, he's not taking the time to try for the fans. Okay, when if I saw Vince losing weight and his voice sucked, but he knew the words, I'd say, Vince, rock on, brother. You're giving it your all. You're doing the best you could do. That's all I can ask. We can't expect our heroes to be, our musical heroes to be the way they were in 1985. They're not that way. I get it. But There's got to be some effort. If you're charging hundreds of dollars for stadium tour, tickets, at least Joe Elliott can't hit the notes he could once hit back in the 80s. He's taken a step down and he's still putting in 100%. They're still putting on a great show. Vince is not holding up his end of the bargain, boys and girls. And that's where I get pissed. And obviously, at this point, this is where management has drawn the line. This is where they say everyone else is rehearsing and putting in their best and sounding good, and Vince is not putting in the effort. So now we have to step in and get him a freaking trainer. And look, if Mick Mars, God bless him, can get on stage with a fused spine, okay, and stand there in pain at his age, and he's older than the rest of the guys in the band, okay? If Mick can do that for 2 hours and play his ass off, that's showing effort. That's putting in the work. That's going above and beyond for the fans. Vince not doing that right now. And that's where it loses me. And that's where right now it's gotten to. That's where now there's a trainer hovering over Vince saying, let me take that ice cream cone from you, buddy. Nope.
So there's the argument now. Vince was out doing all the solo stuff, and that's where the average people, we've realized because of his solo performances and guys with their cameras watching Vince, mess up his solo. He's still working, he's still practicing, but he's having a hard time doing it. I mean, now you can argue, hey, he shouldn't have done any of his solo performances. He should have just not done any of it. None of us would know that he can't really sing anymore. But at the same time, the only way that you can rehearse is by going out with a band and singing live.
He hasn't lost the weight. He hasn't practiced learning the lyrics. So that's where we know during these performances, it's not a matter that his voice just gave out. It's a matter he doesn't know the fucking songs. And he's waddling around on stage. And Pink Lady says nobody is critical of Vince except Mancuda. Pink Lady, I got to disagree respectfully because go Google it. Everybody at this point is critical of Vince Neil. Okay.
Well,
I don't want to be. I love Vince Neil. I'm on his side. I'm in his corner. I want him to do his best. Now he's being forced to do his best.
There's still tons of people, believe it or not, that are like, oh yeah, he's the guy that does that one song, Home Sweet Home, right? That's all they know about him.
Yeah, and Jesus Rapes Me says $100 a stadium ticket. That's your basic stadium ticket. Okay, that's your in the bleachers stadium ticket. You go down to the early rows, $800, $1,000 more.
Yeah,
those tickets aren't cheap, man. Believe me, I priced them.
And to make a meme like this, what we're looking at right now, that's a meme. And so for these guys, it's just fun to take somebody that's at the top of their game and try to shoot them down. And that's why somebody's making a McDonald's meme right here. And, maybe he's let himself go. But when you get up to a certain age, it's tough not to let yourself go. I do understand the point you're trying to make. He should stay in shape for his fans.
But not just that. Look, they're paying him a fortune.
But again,
when
they
you
have
take a job, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, okay? When I take a movie role and they say slim down, you know what I do? I fucking slim down because it's a job. You're getting paid to do a job, okay? I had to lose a certain amount of weight for a film. I lose the weight. Then you learn the lines. There's a script. They say, here's your script. There's your character. Learn your fucking lines so that when you show up to set, there's no wasting film. There's no wasting everyone else's time. You know your lines. You're ready to go. You do your performance the best you can because you've practiced, you've rehearsed, you've gotten ready, you've prepared. You know why? Because you're paid to do that. This is a job. And Vince is getting paid so much money per show to do that job. That's where responsibility comes in. Now, take the other element. If you're grateful to your fans, you do that. Do your job. It's that simple. If you went to work, you guys work in an office, you work in construction, okay? If you come in and you didn't get a night's sleep and you're slagging around and you're not doing, is your boss going to get on you? Are they going to say, hey, you were supposed to move those bricks over there and you were supposed to get those files done? What are you doing? Oh, I didn't get sleep. It's like, hey, you're coming to work. You're doing your job. We're paying you. That's the story with that. It's a job. It's a job you're blessed to have. So you put in 1,000%. That's what you do. The rest of the band is ready to go. Rest of the band, if Mick Mars can stand there and do it in pain, you, Vince, can learn the words and lose some weight.
Yeah, because you don't want to turn into an internet meme.
Yeah, Jesus Rapes Me says, how do you forget lyrics that you wrote and have sung 35,000 times? He's right.
Nikki wrote them.
Okay, so Nikki wrote them. Yeah. But you've sung them 35,000. Look, if I know the words to Kickstart My Heart, shouldn't Vince kneel?
He should.
Yeah, he should know him. But that's where his solo project stuff, at least he's out doing that. Even though that has ruined his reputation, he's still out trying to get through a bunch of shows, singing those songs. So at least, there is that. He's tried a little bit, but he doesn't have the work ethic that he should have.
And that's what it boils down to. Like I said, I'm not trying to be a Vince basher.
But he never did.
Vince. I love Vince Neil. I've backed it up with my wallet. Okay. I've bought all the stuff. I play the music. Love Motley Crue. Okay. It's not a matter of inability that I'm complaining about. It's a matter of laziness that I'm complaining about.
Right.
That's what that's about. So there you go. So that's as far as Vince. Now let's go a little further right now. Joan Jett has been interviewed a lot, and the first thing is she's at war with Ted Nugent. Okay, right. Just out and out war. Ted Nugent basically fired a volley at her, basically saying at one point she was listed in the 100 greatest guitarists of all time in an article, and he was not.
Rolling Stone magazine.
Yeah, and he basically said, I don't know where in the world Joan Jett is a good guitarist. The idea that she thinks she deserves to be in there or they put her in there, that's ridiculous. She does some punk stuff and that's nice for her little garage act or whatever. But she did not deserve any recognition for her guitar playing. And Joan basically fired back and said, what? And you do? You're some, special guitarist. And look, I didn't write this list, but I didn't think I belonged on there either, but I certainly didn't think you belonged on there either. And, maybe at the time someone thought it and whatever. And that's great, but no reason to slag me. And, Ted basically fired back, all the plastic from your surgeries must have gone to your head because, you're no good guitarist and blah, 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 blah. And look, personally, I think they're both good guitarists. Joan is a very underrated guitarist. And Ted Nugent, he's Uncle Ted.
Yeah,
Wango Tango, Sweet Poon Ted,
and she's Aunt Joan.
They both kick ass.
Uncle Ted and Aunt Joan. No, look, they're both good. Regardless of what you think of them as people and whatever views they have outside of the music world, they're both legends. They're both great musicians. Yeah. And, I don't know why it had to bother Ted so much to fire volleys at Joan Jett. I don't know why
people making up the list were like, okay, we're going through this. We need a female. Who do we got? And they were sitting around the table. How about Joan Jett? Great idea. Write down Joan Jett. Boom. That's all it was.
Yeah, look, neither of them are fucking Steve Vai or Joe Satriani or Eddie Van Halen or they're
nobody's
and they were up there. Joan was listed at number 83 or something in the top 100. It wasn't like she was in the top 10 or something. He just noticed her on the list and and he just started bashing her, which I don't think was right. And they've had a back and forth feud lately, and it's gotten kind of ridiculous. But look, I don't
has toured her whole life. Joan Jett plays a
so is
Gibson
Ted.
melody
So is
maker.
Ted.
She straps on a Gibson melody maker and she strums that thing for her entire tour, entire show. You never once see her take her guitar off, grab her little vocal mic and walk around and sing like a lead singer. Every song she's playing that guitar and it's loud and she's crushing it. That makes a good player.
I saw her
agree
on
with
stage.
Jay.
I saw her live recently.
I agree with James G. Some of those lists are a joke. Eddie Van Halen listed as number 7 was laughable.
Rolling
I agree
Stone
with
lists
that.
are always a joke. They're always weird.
Yeah. So
Pink Lady says Bonnie Raitt is on those lists too. I mean, look, it's all subjective, really. When you get up to those upper numbers, I mean, obviously there's certain ones in the top 20, Eddie Van Halen, Randy Rhoads, Steve Vai, Steve Lukather, or, Joe Bonamassa. I mean, there's certain guys that deserve to be Jimi Hendrix, in those, Prince, deserve to be in those top lists. When you get into the 50 to 100 segment, that's where it's subjective. I'm a big fan of Mark Kendall, and should he be in there? I think so. Maybe someone else doesn't. Ted Nugent might think someone might think he belongs. Someone else might think he doesn't.
Great.
Same with Joan.
40 million albums. Ted sold 40 million albums.
No,
and
look,
in the 70s, he was kick-ass, and then Eddie Van Halen came out, and Ted kind of went down to the number 2 guitar player back in the day. As soon as everybody, because Ted was the man.
No,
but
Ted, I like Ted's playing. I like Joan's playing. I just didn't think there needed to be a senseless feud brought out into the open out of nowhere. I don't know where that came out of.
Ted, because of his too much information comes out of his mouth for too many years now. Some guys just like to boost their own ego, and by boosting your own ego, you're sort of, the only way they can do it is by belittling other musicians, and that somehow makes them think that they are better if they belittle these other musicians.
I could think of one guy that belittles every musician that doesn't deserve to be belittled, and he's not so good. I could think of one guy. Johnny, do you have a photo of that one guy who belittles musicians that he's certainly not so good himself? No, not that guy.
In a weird way. I've jammed
there he is. There he is. That's the guy.
I've actually jammed with local dudes that have the same problem, and they badmouth the other bar bands in town to try to make them seem like they're better or something. And it's just ridiculous.
Hey, Johnny, I'm looking in the chat. Bozique is trying to call in on the topic. Let's take a call from him.
Bozique, call again. I got to get another drink.
Delicious Bang energy drink. Good idea, Johnny. It's always the right drink at the most inappropriate moments.
Waterloo.
Yeah, the whole feud.
Give me like 2 minutes, Bozique.
Joan is just like, dude, shut the hell up and whatever, But Ted probably shouldn't have said that. But Ted is thinking about great guitar players like some guy that is, playing all the cool leads and all that kind of stuff. And she's a rhythm guitar player.
Well, look, here's the fact now.
That's why he mentioned anything.
Here's the fact right now. Right now, Ted's not on. Ted's right. Oh, good. It's finally time for a jerk off adventure because Wet Girls are here. I've been waiting for that. Good. Thank you. No, look, you gotta take care of this real quick.
Joan never sees any reason to try to play a guitar lead. She's always had a lead guitar player. But again, she's playing her guitar every song, every show, 5 nights a week for the last 40 years or something. She's a great guitar player. She could sit down.
The fact is right now, Joan is a supporting act on probably the biggest tour that's gone on around right now.
And probably knows little guitar hacks and little guitar secrets. If she sat down with Ted Nugent, and Joan would probably be, if they were friends, Joan would say, hey, Ted, hold on a second, dude. When you're in that B minor, if you just move your little pinky down here to the G string, you could play the B9 or 7. She could probably teach him something.
Joan wears a G-string, so she knows all
There you
about it more than
go.
Ted.
Yeah.
Actually, Pink Lady brings up a good point. In this fight, Joan fires back that Ted Nugent shit his pants to avoid the draft, which, again, I don't know if that's fact or speculative, depending who you
Probably
ask.
true. It's probably true.
It could be. It could be. I don't. Like I said, I don't want to say definitely, to be fair to Ted, because I don't know. But at the same time, it's just ridiculous that this is just going on between them. It's like, why don't you guys just both do your best? You're both really good players. Those lists don't mean shit,
And when you overtalk politics, it helps to ruin your career too.
Yeah,
Whatever
I mean,
side,
every
side you're on, and he does stupid stuff like that, and he kills animals all the time. So he's just people are rolling.
He's with respect. Look, I like fishing. I don't like hunting because I don't want to kill an animal, but I am a carnivore. Right. I eat it. With respect to Ted and any hunters out there, if you're hunting and you're going to kill what you're going to eat, I won't do it myself, but I respect that you can. I totally respect that you can, because that's how some people eat. You know, Ted doesn't, kill for sport. That I can't get behind. You want to kill an animal and just make a trophy? Not a fan of you. But if you're going to go and Ted skins the animal, eats the meat, makes some jerky, sells it, people are eating. I can't hold him against that. I can't hold it against that. People hunt. Like I said, I like to fish. Yeah, that's how a lot of us eat. But here nor there, it doesn't matter what Ted does on his own, what politics Ted has versus what politics Joan has. It doesn't matter their private lives. This is all about making music, and their opinions are based on their guitar playing. I just don't see the purpose of why in the world, they have to have this fight going on,
Well, who has the new record coming out? Who has a new product to sell?
That might have a new record coming out.
One of them has something new. That's why.
Maybe both of them. Of them. Look,
they're
both still active. They're both still active.
Again, back in the Double Live Gonzo days,
Zeke, call in.
Ted was probably one of the biggest touring bands in the world in the 70s.
Bozique.
Hello.
Is this Bozique?
Yeah. Hey, Johnny.
Hey, brother.
Is this Bozique with a B?
That would be me.
How you doing, man?
I'm very good. How's everybody?
Hey, man.
Awesome.
What are you calling about? About Ted Nugent?
Yeah, this whole Ted Nugent thing. I was seeing this on another guitar YouTube channel the other day. Here's my thing with it. I'm just going to just state it briefly, and then I want to hear what John and Dane have to say. Ted is absolutely right to be mad about these lists, because the reality is the guy's one of the best riff writers of all time, and he's being specifically excluded because of his politics.
I'll grab it.
It's pretty obvious that he's never getting included on these lists because he's a hardcore right winger. Now, that being said, I think he was absolutely, how do I put this? I think he guided his anger. He pointed his anger in the wrong direction. It's not Joan Jett's fault. She's not the person excluding him from a list. So, I kind of agree with Dane on the fact that he's belittling another artist's work. That being said, though, I'm not so keen on her as a guitar player. I think when you look at Joan Jett, you kind of look at a lot of these punk artists where the band is really cool. They have a lot of energy. They have a good stage presence. So it's entertaining and there's a fan base. But you can have that without being good at your instrument. You look at the Ramones, you look at the Sex Pistols, and she's kind of the same thing. When you look at the bands she's been in, Lita Ford, who she was in the Runaways with, is a much better guitar player than her. So I still think Joan Jett's really cool. I think she's a good artist. But you can be that without necessarily being a great guitar player. Again, that being said, Ted shouldn't attack her. He's 100% right about not being included on these lists, though. Because the fact that he's not is a travesty. The guy's a great guitar player. And that's all I got to say on the topic. Talk to you guys later.
Thank you, Bozique. Leave a thumbs up.
All right, so let's touch on that. I mean, here's the thing, and I've said this over the years. Rolling Stone putting Eddie Van Halen as the 7th greatest guitar player ever just shows what a joke these lists in general usually are. So I don't take a lot of these lists seriously. It's a lot like the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, where Eminem gets in before Iron Maiden or something. It's ridiculous. I don't take a lot of trust in these lists. And look, Ted's politics, obviously he's very, outspoken, very political. Some people love him. Some people hate him. I look at him as a musician. To me, he's a musician. He's Uncle Ted. Love his music, love his work. His personal life, I don't give a shit. Now, some people who make these lists, I agree with what Bozique said, might exclude him because they personally don't like him. I don't think that's fair. At the same time, I think some people will do the same thing to Joan Jett. Maybe they say, well, we got to include some women in there. Otherwise, it doesn't seem balanced. Do I think Joan is one of the greatest guitarists ever, one of the top 100? Personally, no, I don't. I don't. With that said, I think she's great. I think she's very talented. But whatever someone's outside reasons to put someone or exclude someone on these lists, you got to just make your own judgment. I mean, they shouldn't be looked at in a list like that as anything but their musical ability. You look at Ted's work on Stranglehold. I think it's a great song. Do I think there was a lot of work of Ted's that bring him up to the level of Neil Schon, for instance, who usually, as Pink Lady pointed out, makes the back barely of the list? No. Sometimes I could see him being excluded if they put in 99 other amazing guitar players ahead of him that I could nod and say, okay, I think Prince is a better guitar player. I think Mark Kendall's a better guitar player. I think Bruce Kulick's a better guitar player. I think Chris DeGarmo's a better guitar player. If I look and I haven't seen a list like that yet that I totally agree with, but I've seen Ted on some lists and I've seen him excluded on some lists, and I've seen Joan included and excluded on some lists. I just think at the end of the day, it's all subjective to whoever's writing the fucking list,
Yeah,
and
hopefully
they don't let their personal feelings about the people outside of their work affect what they write in those lists. Hopefully. That's all.
Johnny, is there a chance you could put that list up?
I
Can we look at
I
the
tried.
I don't even know which specific
the website
list.
crashed.
Magazine 2003.
I don't even know. All I know is let's put it this way. I love the riff from Cat Scratch Fever. Is it technical?
Yeah.
No. Is it great? Sure it is.
I like Ted with Damn Yankees. I think he's great.
Ted
with
was
that.
great with Damn Yankees.
Yeah.
But like I said, some people will include Ted on a list and some people will not. And hopefully I'd prefer it to be based on their work rather than their personal lives, their politics, their views, their et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
With that said, Jones, still in the news in another story, was asked, hey, do you have any issue being, a girl player touring with these bands, some of them known as the most misogynistic bands in metal today? And I think this specifically, without saying it, they're looking at Motley Crue. And look, I mean, back in the 80s, to sound like the intro to Goldberg's, back in the 80s, look, it was all about sex. Everybody was getting laid. Not you, Dane.
Yeah.
Not you, John.
Yeah,
No,
point that
but-
way.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to point at you, Johnny. Not you, Dane. Not you. No, but listen, even Dane's girl was pounding down Lee Roth's cock in her gullet. Everyone in the 80s.
True.
I'm just kidding.
That's true.
Well, it is true. It is true,
It is
actually.
true.
But
Yeah.
it is true, but just
I didn't
kidding
know
as
her
far as
then.
effect-wise. Exactly.
you
But
didn't
the
either.
point is,
They
everyone.
didn't either.
I wish I did, because man, I'd be, here you come here, you. No, look, we were all, you know, in sexual renaissance in the 80s. It was awesome. And, you know, look, the lyrics were all about let's party, let's fuck, let's suck, let's, you know, do all that we do in the 80s. You know, with that said, you know, Joan was also like, you know, singing as well about, you know, certain sexual stuff. Let's see, what song?
She don't care about her reputation. She don't give a damn.
Yeah,
about
don't
her
give a
bad
damn about her
reputation.
reputation. You know, and a couple of other songs. I mean, look, she was playing the sex aspect too, but you know, you can't really say, "Hey, Joan, how do you feel?" Because the guys were all misogynistic. You know, because at the same time, the girls were the opposite. The girls were, you know, you had Fiona, you're sexing me. Come on. So, you know, the girls did it too. We were all there doing the same thing.
Joan had that song.
You know?
Do you want to touch? Yeah. Do you
want to touch me?
Where?
There. Yeah.
Like McGruff
Yeah,
the
come on.
dog. And she opens
we
up
all
her
we all were
overcoat
doing
and
it.
she's in a bikini.
Yeah.
We've all seen
yeah.
that.
Yeah,
That's
we were all
cringy.
doing it. Yeah, we were all doing it. The girls were
But
doing
she
it
had
too.
the McGruff, the dog, crime dog, over jacket on.
Yeah, the McGruff crime
Big
dog trench
overcoat.
coat.
Yeah.
No, but you know what I'm saying. All the bands, male and female, we were all singing about sex. We're all doing that, you know. And Pink Lady, sure, it was Gary Glitter did it first. It was a remake, but she was singing it and she was playing the sexual aspect to it. And you know, look, so was Lita Ford, so was Fiona. So, you know, all the girl bands was singing about sex too. We all were singing about sex and talking about it and doing it. And, you know, so, you know, she said, you know, look, I will say it doesn't bother me, but, you know, all my life as a girl player, it has been harder for me, which I'll give her. Absolutely. You know, I remember in the 80s, there was, you know, girl bands, Vixen and Lita and Joan and, you know, and Fiona and, you know, a lot of the girl bands at the time that were really good, and they didn't get a chance from a lot of people because they're like, oh, those are girls. They're a cute act, but, you know, they don't play like the guys. And some of them did. Lita Ford rocks. There are plenty of metal girls that just absolutely kicked some ass. I mean, more so today. You know, you have Phoenix Vanderweeden. I mean, you try to keep up with that girl.
Lita Strauss.
Yeah, Nita Strauss is phenomenal. Courtney, there's Nilly Broche. I mean, you could, there's a lot of girl players that, you know, guy players will be like, whoa, holy shit, because they're more respected now. But back then it was definitely harder as a girl player to get a gig or get respected or, you know, tour with guys. It was, you know, you weren't taken as seriously. And Joan says that, which I have to agree with her. So, you know, it was a different time and people didn't, you know, think a girl could play as good as a guy, which is stupid. But, you know, a lot of girls showed them up and, you know, today you got Joan as a supporting act in the biggest tour out there. So good for her, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So
she's great. We saw her live just last year, or no, this year. I don't know, recently, and it was great.
Yeah, no, she's terrific. You know, Keith Campbell brings up that's why Eddie Van Halen respected her so much. Yeah, today in the chat I'm looking. Christopher Live Sauer brings up Samantha Fish. She's great. Anita Strauss, Nikki Stringfield, Nancy Wilson. Symmetry brings up. Great point. Plasmatics, the Runaways.
Nancy Wilson has been playing with Styx
Vixen
lately, so they're almost like she's rejoined the band Styx.
Jennifer Batten's amazing hip metal works. Brings up Jennifer Batten, Doro Pesh, Lee Alta, Samantha Fox. I don't think Samantha Fox played, but man, did I want to play with her. Good God, Samantha Fox, boys and girls. Thank you, smallmouth guy.
Good night, smallmouth guy.
Yeah, so there's Joan Jett, and you know, she doesn't really look at it, you know, that way. let's see. Speaking of Motley Crue, again, Stadium Tour News. This is interesting. Motley Crue is not associated with a play that is being put on in Hollywood. If I was home right now, I would actually catch this play just to see what the deal with it is. It's called The Crue, and it's from the writer-producer of Dr. Zomba's Ghost Show. I don't know what that is, but Nikki Sixx has come out on Instagram and said, fans of Motley Crue have asked about a new play by David Zuccarelli's called The Crue, Underneath the Dirt Lies the Truth. I was disappointed to see an advertisement using my image and our band's trademark, The Crue, to promote this play. The advertising is misleading because it suggests that I and the other members of the band are somehow involved with the play. We've never been approached about this play. Motley Crue has no connection or affiliation with this play whatsoever. Now, make no mistake, I don't know how, and wait till you see this poster for it. Look at this. That's the poster. It's Nikki's face, for fuck's sake. It's Nikki's face, and it's the band's image. The band's name. How the fuck, and it's about Motley Crue. How the fuck lawyers are not shutting this down post haste in a brutal lawsuit is beyond me. The word cease and desist would be on my lips.
Injured? Need an attorney? The law offices of Vineham, Benham, and Bangham say you, Motley Crue, are getting negligent damages that these people are causing you for your pain and suffering. Motley Crue is a trademark name, and that is Nikki Sixx's very image that they are making money off of. The law offices of Vineham, Benham, and Bangham will immediately issue a cease and desist order because Motley Crue has an attorney.
Yeah. So I don't know how these people are getting to produce this play, and Motley Crue is not immediate. They're clearly upset about it. They're very clearly upset about it and not behind it. How in the world they are not, and maybe they're getting ready to sue the fuck out of them, but how in the world you can do that, make money off of the name and the likenesses and the story of Motley Crue like that is beyond me.
What was
I
the guys?
no freaking idea.
What
So
was
are
the
they
show called?
during this play? Do they actually play?
Lucarelli. Hold on, Dane. David Lucarelli, Lucarelli, and he wrote and produced something called Dr. Zomba's Ghost Show, which
Ghost Show
I
of
think,
Terror.
I don't know if that's a play or something else. Do you know what that is?
I'm looking at it. Free comic book day. Oh, he makes comic books.
Saturday is free comic book day.
You might like his stuff. He looks like he makes comic books, man.
Hey, listen, I'm a huge comic book guy. You won't keep me out of the comic book store for long, believe me. I go through the week. But, on topic, I don't know how this has gone so far as to be ready to go in Hollywood selling tickets, and this play is happening. This play is going on in Hollywood.
It's actually going to be performed in Hollywood at some theater somewhere.
Yeah. And this isn't
they
like,
don't have
make no mistake.
permission. They don't have permission from the band.
You got it. Now, make no mistake. This isn't like a cover band. This is not a tribute band, something called, Home Sweet Home, the band, tribute to Motley Crue. Not like that. This is a play about Motley Crue, using Motley Crue's name, using Motley Crue's images in the advertising, and literally the story is people playing the members of Motley Crue and stuff based on, things that occurred in the dirt and things like that. That's I don't even understand how that hasn't been stopped yet.
It's possible that they've got permission through.
They didn't get permission. Nikki is coming out publicly and saying, everybody, pay attention. This is nothing to do with us as the band. We have no investment in this. We have no authority in this. We have no permission given in this. We are not behind this play about Motley Crue. And they're using our image, our name, and, you know, I mean, any lawyer worth their salt would rip them an asshole, you know? I mean, totally.
So that series on Hulu that I loved watching, Tommy and Pam.
Tommy and Pam.
That Motley Crue had to give them permission to do that then? Or publishing rights? They had to pay publishing, or how's that work?
I don't know exactly. There's a level of things you can do legally with public figures. There's certain ones, like I remember when Amy Fisher, Joey Buttafuoco had a thing in the news, the Long Island Lolita. If you guys remember that from years back. I remember there were 3 movies of the week, one on CBS, one on NBC, and one on ABC. And one was authorized by Joey Buttafuoco, one was authorized by Amy Fisher, and one was authorized by Buttafuoco's wife. And they all got some authorization where everyone was getting paid in some way. You know, and that's a news story. Now, Motley Crue's The Dirt is a book, and they did a movie based on it, and they're using the title of it, Behind the Dirt. I mean, this has lawsuit written the fuck all over it, you know? But as far as the Tommy and Pam thing goes,
so the thing about Motley, it was just so compelling, the story of these guys.
As far as the Tommy and Pam thing goes, I know I've seen interviews where they've said, you know, Pam has been asked, hey, what do you think of the girl playing you? And she was like, wow, she's doing a good job. So I think somewhere in there, they had to get some sort of rights and make some payments to Tommy and Pam, you know? So there's some authorization behind that, or at least, you know, some royalty behind it. Motley Crue had no idea this was going on. Motley Crue is shocked and made enough to make public statements of, hey, we have nothing to do with this, no involvement whatsoever. You know, as far as The Dirt, I see you guys talking in the chat about The Dirt movie. I liked it, but yeah, the book is 100 times better. It's, you know, longer and unauthorized, and, you know.
You have to be a huge Motley Crue fan to just pretend that, okay, yeah, that really happened like that.
Now, Bozique says you can do unauthorized stuff about public figures, which is what I was saying about Pam and Tommy and whatnot. I got to check the statute, how it works. I'm curious, so I may look it up at work tomorrow. But I believe there is a level of things you can do. You can't use the public figure's image like that in an ad poster. You can't basically, you know, title it as it was part of the book. They're saying
you
behind
can't use
the
music.
Dirt. You can't use the music without royalties, which they are. You can't use.
It's a play. They're going to sing the music.
So there's, yeah, I'm with Drew SGS 60. I enjoyed the Dirt movie. It's not as good as the book, but I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the shit out of it. Could it have been better? Sure, it could have. It could have been, you know, a mini series over the week and done with a bigger budget. But, you know, overall, as a watch, I enjoyed it. But I read the book, so I know the source material. The book is fantastic, just fantastic. You know,
cool.
And you know, I'd love to see them do something with Nikki Sixx's Heroin Diaries, for that matter.
Just the whole Motley Crue story was so cool. How their manager, you know, they made their first record by themselves. Their manager rented that small apartment right there, you know, walking distance from the Whiskey A Go-Go, so they could be right, you know, really close to where they played all the time. Just such a great story. And that band was just, they were crazy. They'd go around biting other bands. They were
one of the best stories in the 80s. If you haven't read The Dirt, I urge you to get a copy. It's fucking fantastic. And I love biographies and autobiographies of rock stars from the 80s. I love that. They
literally got away with murder.
The Dirt is amazing. It's a great book. G. Bushnoff brings up, I'd rather watch old Baywatch episodes with Pam swimming or running in a swimsuit. It's funny you mention that because my buddy Mike and I, we get together a lot over the week, late at night, and we're both insomniacs, and we get together and we watch marathons lately of Baywatch. And I never watched it back in the day. I never watched Baywatch, but I didn't realize it lasted something like 11 seasons or something ridiculous. And the scripts are so bad. They're literally so bad that it feels like I'm watching pornos without the sex. Like the scripts are that level where, the lifeguards are like the authority of the world. It's like, there's drug smugglers out there. Let's get all the lifeguards together and ambush them and, save the girl. Hey, there's a shark in the water. Hey, there's a shark in the water. And one goes swimming out with a spear gun. I'll get him. Mitch, no. I mean, it's mind blowing, but the reason those shows survived so many seasons, I figured that out too, because they're in the tightest, skimpiest bathing suits. And I'm sure these shows were on during the winter months when you're, all frozen in your home and you're cold and there's the fireplace going and you're seeing all the girls bouncing their boobs and the asses in those little, bathing suits with the Brazilian cut on them. There's so much TNA and, all the guys are, all cut, muscular, good looking and the little budgie smugglers. And they're all in like, everyone's good looking except there's one guy who looks like someone's father. He's like the token ugly guy. He's got like, he's like balding with a porn stash and a weird gangly body. Is that him now? I think that's him now, actually, what he looks like today.
That might be him.
That was Baywatch. Baywatch.
And women could watch the show and enjoy the show.
No,
too,
it's all
David Hasselhoff.
It's all good looking guys and girls. There's both. But the scripts were like unbelievably bad, but you can't turn away because there's Yasmin Bleeth making out with Pam Anderson on a dare. And there's, Donna Jericho or whatever, Derico, whatever her name was, running across the beach, bouncing along,
and
nipples are popping.
And the girl from Charles in Charge.
I don't even know who these girls are. All I know is, these guys are all sweaty, working out in a montage, and all the girls are looking like this behind the corner. It's literally like a bad porn without the sex. The sex never happens, know, and everyone's making out with everyone. And, Hobie, David Hasselhoff's son on the show, the luckiest kid in the world. He's like around there. Imagine being a teenager, like you're 12, 13, prime masturbation age, and you're on that show, and it's like, okay, and cut. Everyone take 5. Oh, you run into your trailer to get some lotion and a tissue, and Hobie. 5 minutes.
Who's the pretty girl that was on Charles in Charge? Charles in Charge with Scott Baio. There was the pretty girl on that later went into Baywatch.
I mean, they had
and later went after Scott Baio.
They had revolving casts on Baywatch. All I know was I'm just looking at some of these girls kissing some of these guys, and I'm like, why don't I get roles like that? It's like, I mean, just look at this cast, and they were always adding more lifeguards. It's like, the next season opener, okay, it's the rookie test. We've got to run the gauntlet. Everyone has to run 5 miles in their bikinis. Oh, all right. And, it's all slow motion, and you're sitting there like, oh, my God. I mean,
you got Pamela on the left, and then some dude, and then you had the older, more mature lifeguard that pretty much stayed in the office and told everybody else what to do.
Yeah, she was annoying.
And then Hasselhoff, and then who's the blonde next to Hasselhoff?
I can't even tell these blondes apart. There's Donna D'Erico.
That's Nicole Eggert.
Oh,
there you go. Johnny's on top of it.
Charles in Charge. I thought she was shorter than that.
There's so many beautiful people in this show, guys and girls.
And then at the very end, Jasmine.
Especially us.
Is that Jasmine?
Bleeth, and there's so many. I mean,
thank you.
Let's see. Bozique says Pam Anderson's next show, VIP, was like the bad porn. That show made Baywatch look like an opera. I'm sure it was terrible. And make no mistake, Baywatch Nights was another one, and VIP was another one. There were a bunch of spin-off shows off of this, but every one of them is technically unwatchable, but you just can't look away because those beautiful, beautiful people are just sweating and running and wet and kissing and rolling around in each other. And
Hasselhoff, man,
every episode,
life.
There's an episode where there was a phantom of the beach, and it's like a Phantom the Opera kind of guy kidnaps Pam Anderson, but he's misunderstood and he rescues her. And I mean, you can't believe how bad these scripts are, you know? And it's mind blowing how
but
bad
it was
these
daytime television, wasn't it? It wasn't.
No. This
time.
was prime time, baby.
Oh.
This was prime time.
It
this
just ran in
nighttime.
syndication at like 3
Was it?
o'clock in the afternoon.
I always saw it at like 3 a.m. It was always on like super late at night.
And that's how it is now. It's in syndication now. But when it aired, I believe it was on at like 9 o'clock.
On what channel?
You know?
NBC?
I don't remember which channel initially had it. It was one of the main channels, though.
It'll say. Was it Fox?
They could probably have a streaming channel that was just Baywatch 24/7, and it would probably
it's on a lot.
And be
you
good.
can just watch it with the sound off.
Oh yeah. It's better that way. It's just better that way. But every episode has musical slow motion montages.
NBC.
Yeah,
it was on NBC.
There you go. And it lasted what, Johnny? 11 seasons?
Pamela was probably only in a few. I'm going to say 3
It started in 1989. It was
and
that
it went
old?
through the 90s. It went through the 90s.
89 to 99. It was on for 10 years. And then there was Baywatch Hawaii, which was on from 99 to 2001.
And Baywatch Nights and VIP.
And, I don't see the
it's
other ones on
mind blowing. It's mind blowing how just TNA sells that much. And look, I'm all for it. But when you try to watch the scripts, I mean, we make fun of them. We watch the shows. We make fun of the shows. We laugh our asses off like, oh my God, no. Tell me that boat's not going to blow up. Oh my God, they blew up the boat. Tell me he's not going to wrestle a shark with his bare hands. Oh my God, he's wrestling a shark with his bare hands. It's like, tell me they're not going to stop it. They're not going to rescue a plane by swimming out to the plane 40 miles off. Oh, they're going in the water and swimming. I mean, it's mind-blowing.
I remember one time where Pamela was talking in an interview, and they had a nice heated swimming pool for a lot of those scenes. They didn't put them out.
Yeah, because all the sperm kept that pool
there
warm.
would be a scene where
looked like egg drop soup.
Pamela, we have to refilm this scene because as you were swimming, your hair kind of went over like in front of your face. So you need to swim while your hair stays back out of your,
Yeah, listen, there was... I'm sure they iced these girls down because every nipple was hard in that show and every ass was wet and it was just mind-blowingly sexy. But it's just so funny how bad the scripts are, you know? Yeah. And every episode, musical montages. I mean, it was the one good thing about the 90s, I guess, because like so much TV in the 90s sucked. Just like the music scene, but it's just mind blowing.
Yeah, there was a lot of different people on there. The Rock was on there.
Oh, they had guest stars left and right there. They had guest stars left and right. It was all over. Let's shift gears for a second because I want to get to this. While we were talking about lists and how it doesn't matter what people are on what guitar lists and things like that. There is one bright spot I have to say, and that's as much as I've criticized it forever and ever and ever, the inductees of the new class of 2022 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame were finally awarded, and
here we go.
Like I said, I always criticize when someone like the Eurythmics gets in before Iron Maiden, but finally, Judas Priest is finally inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And it's been a long time coming. They will receive the Musical Excellence Award at the Fall 2022 event, which will also honor inductees Eminem, Dolly Parton, Duran Duran, Lionel Richie, Pat Benatar, the Eurythmics, and Carly Simon. Again, all of them deserving in different levels, but thank God there is actually some rock and roll in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Because, I mean, come on, I've been saying forever.
They don't stop touring. They do not stop touring.
No, and Rob Halford's got a great fucking set of pipes still.
Yeah.
And it's nice to see that's still going on. But it's about time that they finally
Too bad
recognize
that the guitar players are not with them anymore, but it's a grueling job. But it'd be really cool to see
well, some of them are.
KK and
some of them are. I mean, KK Downing appears as he can. But I mean, isn't it great to finally see? And again, I'm not saying that the others don't deserve to get in. They do. Okay, especially Pat Benatar. I mean, look, but I don't see it right that Eminem gets in before Judas Priest or Iron Maiden or, any of the other bands that are, criminally not in there yet.
Eminem and Judas Priest are getting in the same time.
I'm just saying that, I think it's a little early for Eminem. I think it's a long time late for Judas Priest.
M would be like, I got some skeletons in my closet, and I don't know if no one knows it. So before they throw me inside my coffin and close it, I'm going to expose it.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, Dolly Parton, of course, she deserves to be in there, and Lionel Richie, absolutely. I mean, these are legends in music in general, and I don't mind, spreading the genre. I'm just saying, when it comes to, who's coming in at when. I think it's way early for someone like Eminem before, the proper main metal gods get in there. The people that were actually rock and roll. I mean, Lionel Richie's a fucking legend. Dolly Parton's a legend. Pat Benatar, of course.
I heard a few months ago that Dolly, she declined. She goes, no, I don't.
Initially, she did, and everyone pressured her and said, "Look, just take the fucking award." And she's so humble.
She probably understands what it means when somebody says rock and roll, and she's like, "Well, I don't do rock and roll. I'm a country girl." So she gets it.
Yeah, and that's what she said. But, look, I get that the quote unquote Rock and Roll Hall of Fame isn't just about, rock and roll or heavy metal. And that's fine. You want to spread the genres into music in general, even without changing the name of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I get it. And that's fine. You want to look, I have no problem with legends like Dolly Parton and Lionel Richie and Pat Benatar, getting awards. They're well-deserved. I'll never, be not behind them if music in general is being inducted into the quote unquote Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But when you're saying rock and roll, you got to include at least the mainstream guys that gave us that music. And, there you go.
Mm-hmm. I'm excited for Duran Duran getting in there because Andy Taylor's getting back with them.
They also are well deserved. I mean, they're also
he's
very
rock.
big band.
Yeah, 1982, 83 when the Rio album came out, they were the biggest thing on MTV, and they kind of let you know that you could be a preppy guy in a nice looking shirt and be cool and write great
thin
songs.
leather tie.
Yeah, they were cool, man. They were the best dressed band in the world.
NWO Jason brings up Iron Maiden and the Scorpions should have been in there already. Absolutely, man. I mean, the Scorpions are over 50 years together, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
And they'll probably get in behind Lil Wayne if they get in at all. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's too bad that they didn't just focus on actual rock and roll.
Yeah, I mean, like I
That's
said,
what's
I
sad
get it,
about
and Neanderthal has said this a bunch of times. Look, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame should be called the Music Hall of Fame at this
Yeah.
point, and that's okay. You want to do that, that's fine. But for fuck's sake, at least honor guys that are legends in their genre rather than these newcomers. I don't want to see Taylor Swift in there yet. It's too soon. Do I think she's, a great artist? Absolutely. Do I think she deserves it before the Scorpions? No, I want to see people get in there. And yeah, G. Bushnell says Lionel Richie deserves it. Absolutely. Absolutely. The guy was in the Commodores.
Yeah.
I mean, think about how far back Lionel Richie
He
goes.
was their
And
saxophone player.
how many
He played
hits and,
saxophone.
same with Dolly Parton. I'm just saying I want to see bands like Judas Priest get in there and get their due, because come on, 50 years long for the Scorpions, and they're still not over 50 actually.
Scorpions!
Yeah, well, they're like 52 years now, 53.
I
mean,
saw him at
it's
the Yes
insane.
Festival in 1983.
Yeah, it's
You were
insane.
there?
Yeah.
Somebody called me yesterday.
Dane was
and
at
said they were
Woodstock,
there.
for fuck's sake.
No.
Dane was born at Woodstock.
No.
Conceived at Woodstock.
I've never even been in the state of New York in my
I've never
entire
even
life.
read Peanuts, where Woodstock the bird hangs out with Snoopy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not fair that rap singers are getting in before rock singers. I mean, some people like, LL Cool J and those early guys, sure, but not the newer guys, not yet, not yet.
I mean, isn't there a number of years though that you have to be around before you can even?
I think you have to be together for like 25 years, I believe was the number. Drew SGS 60 brings up Scorpions got together in 1965.
Yeah.
That's when they formed. That's when they formed. Think about that.
Wow.
I mean, that's, long-standing rock bands, boys and girls. They got to get in there first. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I don't like the voting process either. But, look, with that said, I just wanted to give a shout out to Judas Priest because well-deserved. Finally, we get to see it.
1983, when that Scorpions Black album came out, that was the coolest thing.
Blackout?
Summer of 83. That was the coolest thing going.
No, Blackout was a great album. And the cover with the forks in his eyes.
Yeah.
Mike Rogers says Bon Jovi opened up for the Scorpions in 84. Yeah, no, back in the day, boy. Back in the day,
and
man.
they have a unique sound. When that guy sings, man, it's him, even to this day.
Yeah, Klaus. Klaus still has his pipes, boy. He's a little powerhouse, that guy. God bless him.
Yeah, they're all good guys too.
Anyway, it is
and if
time.
You make a top 100 list. Let's just talk about that for just 1 second. The lead guitar player of the Scorpions. He could be in a top 100 of all time greatest.
Well,
guitar
there
player.
were a couple of guys.
What's his name though?
His name is. Let's see. There's Klaus. There's Francis.
Was it a Shanker?
There's Rudolph. No, Rudolph mostly played rhythm, and there was. I'm remembering everybody in the band but him.
He's still there.
John Biel, what was it? Was it Rudolph?
Yeah. No, Rudolph Shanker was
Matthias
Rudy?
Jabs. Matthias Jabs.
Yeah.
Mark Dillon.
On that list.
Thank you, Mark Dillon.
Mark Dillon. Channel member.
Thank you, Mark.
And Rudolph Shanker, too. Christopher Live Sawa.
Yeah, the Shanker brothers. Both of them.
Mm-hmm. One in UFO. And then, wait, one started in UFO, right? And then went to MSG? Or am I mixing this up?
Yes. No, you're right.
One started in UFO, right?
Michael Shanker, UFO.
Started in UFO and then went to MSG, Macaulay Shanker Group.
Yeah. And Rudolph pretty much. But I think Michael and Rudolph were in the first or second, maybe even third UFO.
They've had a couple of guitar lineups, but they were always quality. And the music, Uli John Roth as well.
Oh yeah, good friend of Jason Becker's, actually.
Mm-hmm. The legendary Jason Becker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Scorpions are fantastic. They still are fantastic. You can still go to a Scorpion show, see most of the original lineup, or at least the minus the bass department, and
minus the drummer.
they're still terrific. Well, the bass department, the drummer and the bass,
the rhythm section.
The bass
Rhythm
player,
section. That's right.
Francis used to be their like manager or something, and they ended up firing him because they got in some sort of argument over money.
Well, that always happens.
Yeah,
that always winds up happening.
Yeah.
Let's shift gears, boys and girls. Let's say it is time for today's show and tell guitar. I didn't give a hint to it. I forgot to give a hint. We were just off and running to the races. But I will say it is related to a very, very famous guitar by a major player in the Stadium Tour. That will be your clue, but it doesn't really matter because I'm about to reveal it anyway. Right after we mention some of our as yet unnamed sponsors today, like Vineham Custom Pickups. Vineham Custom Pickups, hand-wound boutique quality pickups at an affordable price. They will make you just about anything you could think of. Maker of the Mancuda Custom. Look at that bad boy. In beautiful pink. They can make you one too. Or anything you want. Craig Vineham hand winds pickups of superior quality. You just tell him what you want. Tell him you were sent by John Mancuda over at Talking Guitars and 80's Metal Live, and he will take good care of you. Vineham Custom Pickups. You tell him what you want. You want something like a JB in yellow that sounds a little less muddy than a JB. He'll do it for you. They'll make you whatever you want, and it'll be quality. Check out Vineham Custom Pickups website, Vineham Custom Pickups. Good stuff.
Can I guess the guitar is a Phil Collins custom painted Jackson?
Phil Collins, the drummer?
Phil Collins.
Phil Collins.
What are you talking about? Phil Collins.
Guy from Def Leppard. It's one of his custom Jacksons.
Has a Vineham custom pickup in there?
He's guessing your guitar. He's guessing.
You're guessing what the guitar. Okay.
I'm guessing
that's not a bad guess. That's not a bad guess. Let's talk about our sponsors, though. Like Swiss Picks, the greatest gripping guitar pick out there. I'm going to get some for CJ, for Craig Jr. of CHS Guitars. I'm going to get you some of these, man, because these are the greatest gripping guitar picks out there. Look at that. With raised holes for her pleasure. There you go.
Ribs.
Swiss Picks. Dane sells them. Look at those.
I do. I just got a new order of them in, so I've got a variety of it now.
And if you don't want to go to the Swiss Picks website, and why wouldn't you, SwissPicks.com, you can stop in at Zim's Guitars, and there they are on the rack there, right by the strings.
Thank you for that.
Check out some Swiss Picks and maybe support Dane.
If you're in
Dane, will you ship those?
I'm in the Phoenix,
will you ship those
area.
If someone orders some Swiss Picks from you, will you ship those?
If you call me tomorrow and we do the credit card over the phone thing, I'll ship them to you.
So call Zim's Guitars at where? Dane? Now you're being quiet? This is your moment, Dane. This is your moment. I'm plugging you.
I've stepped on your feet a little bit tonight, huh? There we go.
But this is the one time you need to step on my feet. This is when I need you to talk.
You can call me tomorrow at 480-242-3742. And I'll tell you what variety of picks I have and what sizes, and you guys can I'll ship them to you. What the hell?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Why not get some from Dane? Why not get some from Dane directly? Now, if he doesn't carry them, you could go to the Swiss Picks website as well, SwissPicks.com. And speaking of which, I saw Adam Reaver at Dave's funeral. Adam paying respect to the great Dave Nesdall that we were friends with and love and miss. And Adam was telling me that he owns a company. Johnny, do you know what company it is?
Yes, I do.
Proud sponsor of the show is...
I know exactly what it is. It is
feuds-tone.com. Adam Reaver has the best upgrades at fu-tone.com. The best upgrades for your guitar. Anything you need to improve your tone. You want a bridge, you want titanium saddles, you want custom tuners, you want noiseless springs, you want a D-tuner, You want all that stuff. You want a ready-made guitar, all souped up, ready to go. You can go to fu-tone.com and check it out and see what they have for you, because they absolutely can improve your tone of your guitar with upgrades that the pros use. You want to go to fu-tone.com. And speaking of upgrades, Johnny, if you want a kill switch for your guitar, the best made pro quality grade kill switches are Tesi Switch. Tesi Switch, go to Tesi Switch's website and check out what Tesi Switch have for you. These are the ones the pros use. These aren't the cheap ones. You get it, the local guitar store, the flea market. These are Tesi Switch. These are the ones that could take a beating as you pump those things on stage and beat the snot out of them, and they don't quit on you. They don't fail you. Tesi Switch, the greatest kill switches out there. That's what you want. You want a Tesi Switch. So there you go. Thank you, Tesi Switch at fu-tone.com and Vineham Custom Pickups and Swiss
You guys
Picks.
are awesome.
Bang Energy Drink. And again, support the brands that support us. When you want upgrades, use the brands you see advertised on the show. They back us up. They back the shows up that you, for some reason, tolerate. We're really proud to use these products too. So we're really happy. We eat Kernels gourmet popcorn. We really do, have these products in our own instruments and homes and whatnot. And so we definitely thank our sponsors. So tonight's show and
you see that?
You're right on top of me, Dan. Tonight's show and tell guitar is not Dane's stomach by popular belief. Let me see that tummy.
Ew.
Hold on. Let me see that.
Gross.
Let me see that. Hold on, Johnny. Take it off me. I want to see Dane's stomach here.
Oh my gosh.
Isolate Dane. I want to. Jesus Christ, man!
Oh, gross.
Oh, Jesus! I thought that was Vince Neil at first. Terrible.
Bark at the moon.
Are you Vince Neil's body double?
Oh no. Anyway, today.
See, I'm not on the big tour coming up, so I can be in bad shape.
Today's show and tell guitar, as I mentioned, has something to do with one of the artists on the stadium tour. It is basically made to be very similar as a custom order made back in the day to a famous guitar, and you'll recognize what it's supposed to be like immediately. Johnny, if you please. Look at that thing. Okay, take your snapshot and let me know when you got it.
A ton of these DeWalt samples today. Just fill out our quick.
What was that? A commercial.
Okay, take your snapshot and let me know when you got it.
I got it.
Okay, this is a very, very, very similar replica to C.C. DeVille's original Nagel, and I know it because I own that one too. This is the same shades of pink and green stripes in the same placement with just slight differences to tell them apart, modeled after CC's very specific pink Nagel BC Rich Gunslinger. Small differences. First one you notice is this one is a rosewood neck. Okay, this is a 1988 BC Rich Gunslinger. It's a rosewood neck, as the original one that CC had was a maple neck. That's the first thing you notice. There's also a little difference in the hair, but the shades of pink and green are very specifically the same, or very close to the same, as close as they were willing to make it, because they didn't want to make it exact, but someone basically said, I want a guitar with the colors just like CC's. Locking nut right here, Drew. And it's on the back going through, because that's an 88. A little later on, in 89, they did away with those locking nuts drilling through the headstock. because it weakened the neck a little bit, as they do. But who knew back then, right? And of course, you have that very cool pointed BC Rich reverse headstock with that cool script logo. I love that. Look at how cool that shade of pink is. Let's see if I could get this specific. That's pretty close right there. You guys can see it's the two-tone pink with the green stripes. And they didn't want to make it exact because they didn't want to piss Cece off, but they made it very similar. And this is the one that was closest to Cece's actual one. I should take a photo of them together, but they're on different locations because I have my guitars in multiple locations, and this one's over here.
What's the one on the couch? There's another one back there on the couch.
The one on the couch is another Nagel, but it's not pink. It's not two-tone pink and green. And, keep in mind, when they made these Nagels, they basically, a lot of times, I've spoken to Dan Lawrence and Glenn Matasiel and the guys who originally painted these back in the 80s, and they said, look, here's how we determined. When we had some leftover paint, if we had some greens, we made some green Nagels at the end of the day. If we had some blue, we made some blue Nagels at the end of the day. If we had, something custom, we made a custom color Nagel. They basically didn't want to waste paint. So, the beautiful thing about the Nagels is they were using multiple tones of color. And, these are just some of my favorite graphics. I love BC Rich Gunslingers. You all know that. I have a ton of them. Nagels are probably my favorite graphic of all of them. I just love them. And this one is just a winner. I just love it. And it's very hard to find with rosewood reverse necks, because they usually were maple reverse necks, and you could custom order rosewood, and some people did. It wasn't a very popular option, so there's not that many around, but this is one of them. So a very uncommon option to have on Gunslingers. I had a peach one on previously that also has a rosewood board, and those are the two rosewood ones I have in my collection. All the others are maple. So not very common to find. And of course, the Gunslinger, you have that cool heel to reach the upper frets, that cool cutaway heel for that reaching upper frets, black on the back, nice, smooth, glossy maple neck for fast action. And these things play terrific. They sound terrific. Pickup in this one is what was pretty much standard back then, DiMarzio Super Distortion. And, over the years, some people switched them out. Some people ordered them with EMGs. Some people kept the original DiMarzio Super Distortions. Some people I've seen have Duncans in them. I've put all sorts of things in various ones. And, of course, an authorized Floyd Rose. Floyd Rose licensed to BC Rich. Because at the time, the only original Floyds you had were coming on Kramer's, because Kramer had the exclusive deal with named Floyd Rose, original Floyd Roses. So there's that. And thank you, Steve Barton. Glad you like that.
Steve Barton.
Now, G. Bushnoff says that guitar graphic reminds me of Duran Duran for some reason, because the artist whose art this is based on, Patrick Nagel, who passed away in 1984, originally did the cover to Duran Duran's Rio album with one of these Nagel Girl graphics. These Nagel Girl paintings were often printed up in Playboy magazine. You saw them. These girl graphics were printed up on prints that you often saw in hair salons in the 80s, and made famous mostly by Duran Duran's Rio album. And of course, CeCe DeVille playing a gunslinger with one painted by Dan Lawrence, the great Dan Lawrence, painter extraordinaire. And this is basically like that. And someone just pointed out, yeah, it is missing the high E string. I just noticed that myself. I'm like, there's something missing. It's like I'm tapping and there's no sound coming out of it. And I'm like, yeah, a high E string, it needs a string.
Yeah.
But that's easy enough.
Steve Barton. Steve Barton, thank you so much, man.
Thank you, Steve. There you go.
It's a 5-string gunslinger.
It's a very limited production for when you don't want to play every song, or you want a piece in a case. But again, I have the original one that CeCe played, and this is very, very close to it. There are some differences. Like I said, I noticed the way they did the girl's hair is a little different. The stripes are like maybe an inch off. They purposely did a few differences to tell them apart. And of course, the rosewood versus the maple. And CeCe's pink shade is a smidge brighter. It's a little bit brighter of a shade. So there are some intentional differences. But that's pretty much the gist of it. This is as close as you'll find on the regular designs to the actual one that CeCe played. But it's just a great guitar. I mean, I just love. There you go. That's a nice image of the color. You could get a good idea of the shades of pink and blue there, right about there, and the green. The green's a dark green on the stripes. But I just love these. This screams 80s. This is as 80s as you can get, and like I said, if anyone has any BC Rich Gunslingers, especially with Nagel graphics, you want to get rid of, private message me on Facebook Messenger under Jonathan Mancuda. I would love to see what you got because I love these things.
Cash now.
Yeah, all my cash went to the Mother's Day dinner. It went to Blue Rhino Steak.
$65 steak, $68 steak.
Yeah, I like the a la carte, Dane.
Oh,
there you go.
I'm so hungry.
That steak was so good too. I'm sitting there. I'm such a pig. I'm eating a steak and a beef Wellington. I had 2 dinners, and the girl at the next table is with her boyfriend. You're complaining that I ordered an extra appetizer? That guy just bought his stuffed rhino a full fucking dinner. I should date him. And there you go. That is this week's Show and Tell Guitar of the Week. 1988, BC Rich Nagel Gunslinger in CeCe DeVille graphic pink. There you go.
That thing is nice.
Yeah, I just love those.
Nice.
I can never have enough of those gunslingers. I just love them.
I think you have them all.
What's your thoughts on? Right. What's your thoughts on people painting guitars and using that graphic like nowadays? If somebody was to do something like that,
you're not supposed to, because you're not supposed to, and most artists won't do it. Because you could risk getting sued by the estate. The Nagel estate has to be paid a royalty if you use a graphic. They have to authorize it and they have to do it. So it's very hard to get an artist to do it today. A few of them have been painted modern, but not very many at all.
Because my buddy just painted a guitar for me. Can I show you this?
Sure. I'm afraid to look. What the fuck is that? Oh my gosh. That's like the transitioning
cool, man.
version. That's like a transitioning Rio girl.
That's
wow. What the fuck happened? Holy shit.
Mancuda, you can call him tomorrow.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna miss that phone call. What the? How is her neck? Dane, put her back. What? I think it. What the hell happened? Her neck looks like it's sticking out weird. Wow. Okay. Definitely not Dan Lawrence or Lee. Well, listen, I'm sure it's better than it was.
It started off as an ST3.
It looked like it started off as an STD.
It's not. It's not a gunslinger. It's an ST3. So it had the other 2 single coils right here. That my buddy that paints guitars for me. He's like, dude, I'll do a Nagel for you, and I'm like, for reals? And this.
I'm sure he wanted to. I'm sure that was the intention.
And I told him, go ahead, fill the other,
Fill in her holes. Fill in both her
fill in
holes.
her holes.
Taylor 315 likes that graphic better than mine.
Uh-oh.
That's okay.
This
Hey,
is
listen,
a
it's all a
probably
matter of
That's
taste.
actually pretty cool.
This is probably
No,
a
listen,
late 90s Korea
She's
ST3.
Korean? She's Korean?
and-
No, well,
okay.
no, that's an NJ series that should be Nagoya, Japan. That's what the
No,
NJ
I
stands
had a
for.
little tag that was right here that said Korea, made in Korea.
Okay, so I guess it's a
I
later
took it
NJ
out.
series. I
I
guess
think
it's a
it's
later.
like a
Just
year
in
or so
time,
after they left
here's
Japan.
her website. If you guys want to go to her OnlyFans, it's in the chat right
Oh.
now.
Here, let me grab it.
So you could
me
you
get
could
that.
go. That's that girl's website. You could go to the website and just jerk off, like it says. No, listen, I'm teasing. I mean, look, even an ugly nagel girl is better than no nagel girl. But I'm sure it's better than being a plain guitar.
Gross. Thumbnail. There we go.
Wow.
No, that's cool, Dave.
There it is.
I
That's
got a
cool.
friend who's painting guitars. It's cheap. Go
Is that
ahead,
just a
man.
coincidence, man?
And-
when you
and
saw
Dave-
him
and
pull
Dave-
that one
Dave,
out,
if
Yeah,
you're
someone,
like,
if
coincidence.
someone like, if someone
I've had
like,
that
say,
for about a
Taylor,
week now.
if someone like, say, Taylor wants to buy that guitar, is that for sale?
Shoot me offers.
Well,
You
you're a
guys can
guitar
shoot me
store. I
offers.
hope it's for sale.
I like to keep my BC Riches.
All right. No, I like to keep mine too. I get it.
Yeah.
I get
But
it.
I don't
So
have
that's
any
it.
American BC Riches. All I got are the, I got just cheapies.
So that's a.
I had one, and of course, I sold it. Now I regret
So that's
selling it.
that's a Patrick Kegel. It's a Patrick Kegel guitar. It's like a nagel.
I'll probably get sued now. If I sell
Nah,
it,
they're
I'll
not
get
that-
sued. If I keep it for myself,
Nah, they won't notice that one. That the estate of Patrick Nagel go. We heard you got a Nagel guitar. Someone painted like. Oh, that doesn't look like Patrick Nagel. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
this is
It's like
one of my
changing the
YouTube videos.
melody of a song.
This was one of my YouTube videos where I'm doing from garbage to glitter. So I'm having my buddy paint guitars. We take a
Ready
junk
to
guitar and we
sue? The
paint it.
law offices of Bind Them, Bang Them, and Bend Them are a reliable attorney ready to pay you the damages that you deserve due to his negligence of painting a guitar unauthorized.
Yeah.
There you go.
And this was one he did last month, So once a month or so, he'll paint a guitar. Right now, he's working on a carving. That's really cool.
That's
really
cool.
nice carving.
No, look, I think all jokes aside, Dan, I think all the I've seen the entry level BCs he's painted for you. I think he's done a relatively nice job on most of them. I really do.
It's kind of fun. It's just kind of fun.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, what is it? You had a mockingbird that was glittered nice. That bitch behind you is very cool. Even the Nagel, while not Dan Lawrence level, it's it's still a Nagel design, and it's better than what most people don't have.
Yeah.
There you go. That's cool.
Whoa, what's going on?
It's so glittery, it's fucking up the camera. No, I think the guy's done some nice jobs upgrading for you.
Yeah, they're kind of fun.
I mean, I'm just teasing silly for the show, but I think that's cool.
Yeah, they can call tomorrow and
During store hours, if you have interest in shooting Dane an offer on that
Guys,
guitar.
something else that I was gifted to me. So because I'm such a
crabs?
huge YouTuber right now, look at this thing that was given to me.
Look at that. That's the seal of approval. The Zims Guitars seal. What's the bottom say? Sell, buy, and trade. And that's Dane right in the middle.
Yeah.
That's Dane right in the middle.
But it's got the, it's
Spreading
got
his
the
legs.
Arizona thing here.
Spreading his legs.
Established in 2016, Zims Guitars, buy, sell, and trade. It's got a telly over here and this claw and a Strat. Up here in the little banner, it says
I got 'em.
Inagata Vida, which I thought was
Nice.
pretty cool. So, yeah, people gift you things, right?
Usually syphilis, but I like your gift better. No, that's very, very cool. Who gave you that?
It could make a cool T-shirt design, right?
I think it's a great design. Who did that for you, Dane?
It's a customer of mine, and he goes by
Renus Pankel?
Gillis or something. Yeah, but yeah, he made me a gift, which is kind of cool. So
That's very cool. I think you should make a
people make
a
gifts
T-shirt
for
of
me.
that.
This was a gift.
Was that from Vince Neil? An apology for his show performance?
Yeah,
That's very cool. The comedy tragedy mass of Theater of Pain. That's cool.
Motley.
Is that airbrush, Dane?
I have no idea.
That's very cool. That was on the left was Mama Kuda during Mother's Day. On the right was me when the check arrived. There you go. That's cool.
Wow. So much cool stuff over there.
That is. There's a lot of cool stuff. Listen, Dane has a lot of neat stuff to sell. Let's touch on a little bit in the music news real quick. Glenn Danzig points out that his current tour, backing up his album. Let's see, his newest
Is he going to
album.
arrive in the chat? Is he going to be in the
let's see.
chat all of a sudden now?
His latest album, Black Laden Crown, came out in May 2017, and that was the last album he's put out so far, and he's touring on that right now. Finally, after a billion canceled tours and whatnot, but he's saying he's getting tired of it. He's getting a little worn down out of touring. He's getting a little burnt out, and he says, he's just not having fun with it as much as he used to. Glenn, as you remember, made a recent vampire spaghetti western movie, which was fun. And whoops, there he is. There he is in the chat.
The
Hey,
punk
Glenn.
rocker guys love making movies.
No, look, I'm friendly with Glenn. I like his work, and his tour supposedly is very good right now. There you go.
Musicians want to be actors. Actors want to be musicians.
No, look, I wish I had the chops to be a vocalist, and vocalists want to be actors, and we all want what we can't do. But Glenn is enjoying the movie making thing at the moment, so he's thinking of after this tour taking a break, and he's not sure he wants to go back. But then he says, to be fair, sometimes I'll get inspired and I'll just go into the studio, and out of the blue I'll just make something, or I'll maybe get tired of it and want to tour again. But for right now, he definitely wants to back off of touring and just take a chill pill with that.
He wrote some really cool, fun songs. That's for sure.
No, listen, the new album has been very well received, as is the one he did in 2010. And, he's been consistent. He doesn't put out a lot of product, but, he's had some legendary albums out there. I love his work. I'm not just saying that as a friend. I'm just saying it because I like his work. Mother is just like a classic rock song. Mother, tell your children not to walk my way. I remember back in the day.
Who are you just doing right there?
Glenn. I remember back in the day, I remember walking in with him to a strip club in San Diego, and the DJ suddenly like, oh my God, Glenn Danzig's here. And he immediately put on Mother, and all the girls wanted to come out and dance for him. And it's hey, listen, it's good to be Glenn Danzig. It really is, man.
All the pregnant strippers were on
She should have
display.
put on. She should have put on Where Eagles Dare.
Oh, look, Glenn's a cool cat.
Bitch.
Glenn's a cool cat, and those albums are really good, and that's cool. Keith, if you're not a fan, that's all good.
Mommy, I'm going. Is it okay if I go out?
Yeah, I mean, look,
tonight.
Bozique says, I love Danzig's albums 1 to 4 after the original guitarist. It wasn't the same. No, absolutely. Right. I agree with that. Lineup changes sometimes, aren't as good as when the band originally came out. I'll agree with that on the 1 to 4 albums. With that said, I still think the products are good. I still think the albums are still good. Maybe not as good as the first few, but
And
look,
the
that's
Misfits
a lot of
logo.
bands. Look, I love a lot of bands. I love Warrant, and have the most recent Warrant albums been as good as the first few? No, but are they good? Absolutely. Sure.
We were talking about band logos a month or so back, and the Misfits have that band logo that doesn't say the Misfits. It's just that weird skull thing. That's
right. Well, that's a mascot. That's more
in on that thing.
That's more.
They
That's
made
more
so much
mascot.
money off that T-shirt design.
That's more of a mascot. The Misfits was the Misfits. Danzig, that's his own. That's his own. His own solo stuff. So solo stuff. I mean, look, Danzig. The logo for that, the skull, with the Danzig logo is great.
Mm-hmm.
So. But no, look, and I know Glenn can rub people the wrong way. I see in the chat. I get it. Been there. I've seen, the video where the other guy knocks him out and whatever. Like I said, he's fine to me. I get it. But look, I mean, that's an individual is an individual to whoever it is, but I get you.
Mm-hmm.
So. But I hope he gets back into the music stuff, or at least cast me in some of the movie shit. That's all good. That's all good, G. Bushnoff. That's all good.
What was the movie Rob Zombie?
I don't even remember what strip club it was. I know it was in San Diego. Yeah, and they really were good. Those first four, especially those first four albums, were really, really good. Twist of Cain was really good, and Mother obviously is a classic. I mean, you could go on and on. Those are very cool. What was that, Glenn? What'd you say? Oh yeah, your parents. Well, what do you do? We all have our cross to bear, don't we? Ah. Yeah. So that's
what's the latest with Johnny Depp? How's he doing?
Well, the thing with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, by the way, I'm enjoying the fuck out of that trial. I really am. If you haven't seen clips of that trial, I urge you to go on TikTok and watch clips of the trial. She is such a lying sack of shit and such an abuser. And the questions her lawyer asks. So, Mr. Depp, do you see your signature on the top of that agreement there? Yes, that is my signature. Okay, so you signed that signature. Yes, that is my signature. And you agree that the signature is legitimately your signature? For the third time, that is my signature. And if you look on that contract, there's no dispute that is your signature. It's the same signature that it was the first 3 times you just asked me. I mean, it's just ridiculous the level that her lawyer is going to like, just make some of this madness happen.
Didn't she just recently have to fire one of her lawyers, and she's got a whole new team of lawyers or something now?
I don't even know, to be honest. I just know it's just so ridiculous watching this shit show, and pardon the pun, because she shit on his pillow. The whole thing. I just urge you to take the time to watch it. It's so fucking entertaining watching her. There's one moment that you catch where she's like, crying through the whole thing, and she's trying to cry. She's like, and he hit me with a bottle, and I can't even know it. And then a lawyer whispers or something, and you just see her face go, and then she goes back, remembering to be sad. But you can catch that moment in the camera, and people have done it and said, like, here's Amber Heard remembering she had to be sad. And
What
it's just
movies was
so
she in?
blindly fake. It's
She's got money. What movie was she in?
plays Mera in the Aquaman movie most recently, and
Okay.
I forgot what else she was in.
Okay,
She was in a
You
movie
guys
that
know-
I saw.
You guys in the chat must know.
So if Johnny wins this lawsuit, which is $50 million, she's
I
got
don't even
the
think
money
she
to
has.
pay it.
I don't even think she has 50 million. I don't even think she has the 50 million to give. But so far in public opinion, it's very, very clear that that who's in the right and who's in the wrong. I mean, she's just pulled out so many things that were disproven. Like, she said, she was beaten by Johnny, and she used to use this special makeup kit very specifically to cover up the bruises that he inflicted on her. And they're like, and this was the same makeup kit all the time. Yes, it's my very specific Stopper brand makeup kit, number 452, and I've had it for many years. And of course, the makeup company gets called to the stand and says, yeah, we discontinued that in 2015, and
So it's kind of the newer generation OJ trial, but like without murder involved.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, Bozique says she's projecting everything she actually did to Johnny in terms of physical abuse. No, look, I absolutely believe, I'm of the he too crowd, that I believe men very much can be abused by women just as much as women can be abused by men. And I think it all has to be taken seriously and looked into. But in this case, I absolutely believe that she is the aggressor and the abuser. I think Johnny parties like a rock star, and that's what he is, and that's what he does, but he is not an abuser of women, and I believe she is an abuser of men. And it's been very clearly proven in a lot of instances during this trial that this woman is lying like a rug.
What's the whole thing about him getting a finger cut off, or she cut off a tip of his finger or something so he couldn't play guitar or something? What's that about?
I didn't catch that scene, but I know there's a point that, she did cut off part of his finger or something. I don't know if that was an accident or a result of some fight or whatever, so I can't really fairly speak on it. But I know that was something that, that was one of the things that that she,
with scissors, or did she have a meat cleaver out?
I didn't catch that part of the trial, so I'm not sure. But I know she basically said, "Oh, he had a bottle in me or something," and it's like you would know if there was broken glass in your vagina.
Broken glass.
This, come on, don't
her
give me that
vagina.
shit. Yeah, it was something like that, and there was something with the I didn't shit the bed, the pet shit the bed, and he's like, the dog is this big, the turd is this big. The dog did not shit the bed. That's a human fecal matter. I mean, it was just ridiculous. I mean, look, Amber Heard is a clear major gold digger. Okay. She dated fucking Elon Musk, and it wasn't because he's a handsome devil. Okay. This is her MO. She wants money. And, she really is a vengeful girl. And this is the type of thing that she's pulling on Johnny Depp. And, this is the results of it. That just watch the show, watch the clips. The court needed a break for a week, so they took a break for a few days, and it's not done yet. There's plenty going on, but she said she gave all their divorce settlement to charity, and that's not true. And the charities are like, no. She got $7 million. We got $1 million. And
when did they
part
divorce?
of that was from Johnny directly. And,
did they
not
just
Johnny
recently divorce, or is this trial part of the divorce, or what?
No. They were already divorced. Let's see. G. Bushnuff says she chucked a bottle of vodka his way. It hit his finger and shattered, which cut the tip of his finger off. His bodyguard had to retrieve it so it could be stitched back on. Okay.
Wow. Was it on his left hand?
I don't know.
I keep
I don't know.
asking all these questions. I'm sorry, but it's like, wow.
No,
take
listen.
your
I
finger off
want you
and
on.
you're-
I want
you
you
wanna
on the
play
jury.
guitar.
Since you're not informed, I want you on the jury.
Yeah.
We're this
Just
is
go to
good. This is
TikTok.
good news, Dane.
It's all on TikTok. I
But
see it.
you guys should check this out on TikTok because look, I'll take everyone's accusations of abuse seriously, men and women. But when stories are told and you see his side and her side, and one side is clearly lying through her teeth and disproven at every turn, that's when it gets to a point of, you know what, this is just bullshit. And clearly Johnny is very much winning this case. And look, he has a countersuit. And there's a very good chance that he will win his countersuit based on what we've seen so far of him on the stand and her on the stand. It's really, really very one-sided. So look, I hope I'm rooting for him because I don't like shit like that. I hate liars. I hate vengeful girls that try to pull shit and wind up getting they're caught in their lies. And then it's time for payback. And the law is not very kind on that when it comes to countersuits. So I have a feeling Johnny is going to rip her apart with that countersuit. So, what do you do?
Well, good luck to him, I guess, on that.
No, for sure. For sure. And in the meantime, it's great entertainment for all of us. We're all enjoying the heck out of the trial. There's a lot of fun moments to watch. Seeing Johnny's face when some of these recordings play, and just seeing her get caught up in the lies and seeing her break character when she's supposed to be crying to talk to a lawyer and then resume crying as if, she was doing it the whole time. I mean, it's just really, really bad. And, Warner Brothers, who owns DC Comics, they have the Aquaman sequel coming out. And they've made a statement. Look, she only has 10 minutes in there, and we don't want to delete that. But there's what is it? When you gather all the signatures, what is that again?
Petition.
There's a petition. Thank you, Johnny. There's a petition running to get her scenes cut totally from the film, and there are over 2 million signatures already.
Wow.
So,
Dang.
yeah, and Bozique, the answer to that question is just don't get married unless you want to start a family and have kids. There's just no purpose to getting married. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. It never works out. We're at a 60 plus percentage divorce rate. Don't do it, man. It never.
Yeah, look what Will Smith has been having to go through.
Yeah, well, that guy's got his own issues lately. But
Wow.
no, look,
I forgot
I'm
about
getting
that.
I'm getting entertained by this trial. Everyone's glued to it, and I'm really thankful that they agreed to have cameras in there during the whole thing, and the jury must be just having a field day when this is the trial. When you get that jury selection letter in the mail, you're like, oh God, I have to do jury duty, and this is jury for duty, DOODY. This is really duty, when you get something juicy like this, like Amber Heard shitting on Johnny Depp's bed. Hey man, ka-ching! The jackpot just hit. Your numbers came up. You're not going in for the guy that got a traffic infraction. You're going in for a celebrity trial, and it's a juicy one with lots of twists and turns and lies and shit slinging. Literally shit slinging.
Gross.
Yeah, no, I'm loving this. By the way, if you haven't already, please leave a thumbs up on the video, because why not? It's free and it helps us out.
Yes.
We do this for you guys.
Gets us this episode's going to get 2,000 views.
You never know.
For the end of the week.
You never know.
If we paid for views like some other channels, it probably would.
No, they don't need to do that.
No. Johnny doesn't want to get rid of that money. What are you talking about?
I don't.
It's just
I don't
going
do
to
that.
blow up.
No. Yeah, we don't pay for views. We accept our lot in life that the views the views are low, but we take it. No, we're obviously very happy with our viewers. We love and appreciate our audience. That's number one.
She's a man.
That's why I come on here, man. That's why I come on here.
Whoa, here she comes.
Watch out, boys, she'll shit the bed. Whoa,
Whoa,
here she comes. It's Amber Turd. Amber Turd.
That guy's going to be in San Francisco.
Thank you,
Daryl Hall?
Daryl Hall, yeah, he's going to be playing like next week or something.
Is he with John
You know
Oates?
that Daryl's House group
No?
of videos is really.
What is John?
really
Hold
cool.
on. What is John Oates doing if he's not with Daryl Hall?
So when it's
I in your privates, I'm watching you.
He's just singing backup vocals.
No, really, what's he doing?
I don't know.
So it's just Daryl Hall, no John Oates.
No.
How do you have Hall without Oates?
What is he do? What happened to John Oates?
Wilfred Brimley wants to ask, what happened to the Oates?
How do you have Bon Jovi without freaking the other dude?
Richie Sambora. At least there's, it's not a duet though. Hall and Oates was a duet.
How do you have
You
a
had two
Van
guys.
Halen reunion without Michael Anthony?
Well, without Eddie.
Yeah.
They're gonna have Michael Anthony in there with whatever they do.
There was a great interview with Michael Anthony that dropped today with the Jeremy White podcast.
Cool.
And
It's
what
pretty
does it
good.
say? What does it say?
It's pretty good. Huh? Our
What
buddy
were they
Jeremy
saying?
White put out
What were they saying?
They interviewed Michael Anthony.
Oh, that must be cool.
They interviewed him on Friday, but it
That's
came
a
out
cool
today.
interview.
Mm-hmm. And he actually talks about that whole thing about the Jason Newsted
How weird is that?
stuff. So yeah, you guys check it out. It's on Van Halen News Desk now, so you'll see it.
Bozique points out that what John Oates is actually doing, nobody knows, but Daryl Hall has never had a hit record without him. No, they're a team. They're a team.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you know, if he's retired, I mean, come on, what else do you have to do but play with Hall and Oates? What else, you know? It's not a high energy show. Hall and Oates basically just sit there or stand there. It's not like a metal show where they're running around the stage and playing for that side and running around the stage and playing for that. No, they're sitting. They're sitting right there. Private eyes, they're watching you. You know, they're not running around. You know?
They were good for what they were back in the day.
They still are. Look, they still are. I mean,
Hall and Oates or Duran Duran? Who you
I'm just
guys
saying,
want?
when you got a mustache
Duran.
like that, man, you got to share that with the public. You can't hide that mustache. That mustache is a legend.
I don't think he has that mustache anymore.
Oh, well, it's probably
So,
bronzed. It's probably
nobody
bronzed
knows
on
where he
his.
is. He
I
disappeared.
hope he had it bronzed and put on his mantle in a little stand. You know, and I hope it smells like 1980s vaginas.
That Daryl's house where he just invites friends over and they record and they do that. That is really good viewing, and it just shows the talent that he has, where he can set in with any band after rehearsing all morning. Then they have lunch and they go record a song. He's a super talented guy.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah. Daryl's house.
But I mean, if you're in a mellow band like Hall and Oates, you know, I mean, you could you could go out with them for fuck's sake. G. Bushnoff, is John Oates really Baba Booey's brother? He looks like. Wouldn't that be funny if, like, you know, John Oates is like refusing to go on tour with Daryl Hall, and Daryl Hall's like, I got to do something. Hey, Gary Delabate, do you want to go on tour? And we'll just lower the lights and you just mouth the words, you know, but don't show too much of those teeth.
That's actually all right. It's
Private
everywhere, yeah.
eyes for watching you.
You know, there's just those bands that they needed. They wanted their songwriter. They wanted their guitar player. They just decided, let's just be a two-piece, you know, because you're helping me write all these
Yeah, they are, man.
songs. Yeah, look at that.
Baba Booey. Well, both. Listen, if he doesn't open that mouth and show those horse-like choppers.
Couldn't you go to the dentist and just get them things ground down a little bit, file them down?
Dude, that guy's ready to chew through chains with those things. I mean, I look at those teeth. I just want to put an apple or a carrot in that mouth.
Yeah. Roast him, right? Like a pig.
Baba Booey. No, he just, like you give a horse, like, hey, both. He talks to Howard.
Does he still work with Howard? Are they still together as a team or what?
I think he's still a producer on Howard Stern's show,
so.
right? I believe so. I mean, look, that guy hit gold with Howard Stern, the king of all media, and much respect to Howard because he is the king of all media, undisputed.
Right.
I mean, when you're a schlumpy looking guy like Baba Booey, and he says, "Hey, you want to be my producer?" Oh, for sure, I'll do that for sure.
There they
Has
are.
he
Look at
slipped
that.
a little bit though? Is Howard Stern
Booey.
sort of kind of?
Let me tell
kind
you
of
something.
slipped a little?
Howard Stern's the greatest interviewer that ever lived. To this day, everyone does Howard Stern interviews. He's got books, movies. He's done it all. And he got even his initial deal with Sirius was $500 million.
Right.
God bless
Dang.
that man. God bless that man for all the adversity, for people basically turning him and saying, "Oh, he's a foul-mouthed jerk. He's obnoxious. You got such a foul mouth." Yeah, and you know what? We'd all kill to be Howard. And
But he's
even
not
Baba Booey,
anymore.
even
He's not
Baba
anymore.
Booey. Oh, sure he is.
Is
He
he?
absolutely-
It seems like he's
Dude,
mellowed and he's just polite.
He's mellowed, but he still swears like a sailor now that he's on on satellite. But look, as far as Baba Booey goes, this guy has Bozique said it. He's basically made millions being Stern's verbal human punching bag. And that's okay, because you know what? Let me tell you something. I'm going to put this out in the universe. If anyone wants me as a sidekick to bully around on a show and pay me what Baba Booey has been paid, I am ready to go. You can shit on my fucking head for the audience. I'm ready to go for that salary that Baba Booey has made, the life that he has earned. Fucking A. And Mike Rogers, Howard Stern is not at all washed up. He gets all the biggest interviews to this day. Everyone that does an interview circuit makes the rounds to Howard Stern. Absolutely. Anyone promoting a movie. Absolutely. I mean,
the movie was good.
He's gone through different ups. He's gone through different ups and downs, and not everyone has Sirius Radio anymore. But with that said, the interviews that he still gets to this day are prestigious interviews with the biggest stars out there, and all of their current projects. He makes a lot of money doing those interviews, and then he writes books. And I mean, he's got money coming out his anus, dripping with money. God bless him. He earned it. Mike Rogers says he's only live 3 days a week. How many does he have to be?
Because it just replays over and over and over.
Yeah.
Now look, when you're Howard Stern, you've earned that title, King of All Media. You've earned that title. G. Bushnell says he's changed a bit. Yeah, okay, I get it. Look, he's not doing some of the lesbian badminton stunts that he was doing on terrestrial radio. He's changed a lot of things. He's more of an edgy interviewer that asks the best questions and brings people's guard down in doing interviews, and he gets some really great answers that a lot of people don't.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as Joe Rogan goes, he's no Howard Stern. Sure, he's got his audience, he's got a popular audience, and good for him. But you can't say that Joe Rogan is doing the interviews that Howard Stern to this day gets. Howard is a given when you do interviews, when you do the circuit. You are doing Jimmy Fallon, you're doing Jimmy Kimmel, you're doing late night with whatever his name is. You're doing all, Seth Meyers. You're doing
Yeah.
all the late night talk shows, and you're doing Stern. That's a requirement. He's one of the established must do when you're running the gauntlet of the big interviews. Stephen Colbert, thank you. But he's not doing certain stunts like, who can light the biggest farts. He's not doing that anymore. But yeah, he does ask a lot of dirty questions during his interviews. No one else could pull Jennifer Aniston out there and say, so there you are, and you're in your bed alone, and you have a vibrator there. And these people let their guard down, and they work with them. They answer those questions. You won't get Jennifer Aniston talking about masturbating on Jimmy Kimmel, as much as I love Jimmy Kimmel, because he's not going to ask him those questions. Howard's expected to ask those edgy, raunchy, raw questions.
Channel.
Kimmel has a live studio audience.
They can't say that on regular TV.
Yeah, it's because there's no live studio audience.
Yeah, we'll have to agree. I mean, like I said, Bozic, you like Joe Rogan. I like Howard Stern. It's just, I don't think Joe Rogan achieved the level that Stern achieved and still holds on to, again, we'll agree to disagree on that one. Joe Rogan will get some great interviews and whatnot, but not the level of people that Stern will get. Stern is a must do on the circuit. There's no skipping Stern. There is skipping Joe Rogan.
Still in New York City, or has he moved to Texas or someplace? He's still in New York City?
I believe he's still out here. I believe he's still in New York. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know he still has a house in the Hamptons.
Yeah, he's great.
But look, I said, I will always love and respect Howard Stern more than anybody as far as what he's achieved and where he is today. He was basically the kick around schmuck at shit radio stations and brought himself to the prestige that he interviews the biggest stars. When, Paul McCartney is putting out an album, he's going to Howard Stern. When, politicians are running for the presidency, they're going to Howard Stern. When, you name it, he gets the top cream of the crop.
Where's Eddie Trunk? Where's Eddie Trunk on your list? You got Stern, you got Rogan,
Eddie Trunk. Eddie Trunk is, basically in the metal genre. His videos get about 3,000 views a piece for his metal show videos. And that's where he is. He's in a niche audience, basically the same audience that we're in. I mean, we'll get 1,000 views. Eddie will get 3,000 views, but he's obviously, a big name, a bigger show and whatnot. And, but he's talking about 80s metal guys, which is not a mainstream thing. Howard Stern is talking to, whoever's in the new Marvel movie. He's talking to the cast of the new Marvel movie. I mean, he's dealing with the top of the top. Elon Musk. Guys like that. He's getting those guys. Johnny and I tried to get Elon Musk. We're not. He didn't even send us a battery.
On Rogan, Rogan had Elon.
I'll tweet him.
A week
Johnny
or two
plays
ago.
Twitch. Johnny plays Grand Theft Auto on Twitch with Elon Musk.
But Rogan was actually saying, how humans, he's got this thing about Elon Musk, and he's saying humans are developing, they're growing, they're getting smarter and smarter. They're, getting all this, they're just growing, they're evolving. And Elon Musk is the next plateau of human life.
Yeah, Keith Campbell, Stern is worth over 500 million. His Sirius deal, his first deal with Sirius was 500 million. He had a lot of money before that, and then once he renewed a contract, he got more money. So he's well over 500 million. God bless him. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like I said, in general, regardless of, who you like, you can't knock Howard Stern because
like all three of them.
he is at the top of the food chain without
I like
question.
all three of them.
I love the guy. I love the guy. So there you go. Let's see. There's something else in music news I
Alice
wanted to
doesn't
talk
like
about.
Elon.
I could skip that story. I don't even like that story. Fuck that.
Well, John, I'm gonna go home, buddy.
All
I'm
right.
gonna log out. My eyes hurt from reading this chat and everything. Staring at the computer.
I'm honored to read our chat. I'm honored for everyone in the chat to be with us.
I'll see you guys later. Thank you guys for having me on.
Thank you, Dane. And again, ladies and gentlemen, Dane Zimmerman. If you want some of the Swiss picks, check them out over at Zim's Guitars in Arizona.
Give me a call, guys.
Or if you want to call in on one of those guitars he was showing earlier, you never know. Make him an offer. Talk to him.
Who knows?
Give him a call during business hours tomorrow. He posted the phone number.
Thank you, guys.
Have a good night, brother. I love you, man. All righty. And for the rest of us, we got a couple of minutes left. You guys have any topics we didn't talk about that you want to? Let's see what we got in the chat. And by the way, thank you everyone that was at David Nesdall's funeral the other day. It was nice seeing a lot of your faces. Craig and CJ, Adam Reaver, Larry Mitchell, everyone over there. Rob Johnson. It's nice seeing all you guys. Next time, hopefully, a better occasion than saying goodbye to our dear friends. So, I hope next time we should all live and be well in good health and see each other at something like NAMM or a concert or some other fun guitar event rather than saying goodbye. So there you go. So what else do you guys want to talk about? We got an extra couple minutes. Anyone want to talk about any particular band? Johnny's probably feeding the chickens or choking his chicken. And I said it the other day on the show, with all these people that I was friends with passing away recently, Neil Adams and David Nesdall and George Perez of comic book fame. Life is short. Take the time. If you've had a fight with someone and you never reconciled with them, if you have a friend you haven't talked to in a while, and you think they're going to be just a phone call away, sometimes they're not. Sometimes they won't be. Sometimes, God has other plans and takes them away from us. And people die unexpectedly. And you never get the chance to say, I love you, I appreciate you, I'm sorry, or anything like that. So, take a minute and think about, our friends that have passed recently, and take a minute and think about, who can I call? Who can I reach out to? Whether it's someone I didn't agree with, or whether it's someone that I haven't spoken to in a while and I miss. Just, take a minute and make that phone call out of the blue. Just say, hey, I haven't spoken to you in a while. Last time I did, we weren't on good terms, or I haven't spoken to you in a while. Maybe it's time for us to just have lunch, or how are you? I haven't spoken to you in a while. What's new in your life? Make that phone call. Just make that phone call to some friend or some relative that you haven't spoken to in a while. And just ask how they're doing and tell them you appreciate them. Tell them you love them. Make that apology. Just, take a minute and make that phone call to somebody. Send an email to somebody. Because like I said, you never know when someone won't be in your life. It just, it surprises you. It makes you think for a minute, So treat everyone you love good, and don't let anyone escape that phone call of just telling them that you care about them. Reach out to someone. That's all.
Reach out and touch someone.
There you go, like a pedophile, like McGruff the crime dog.
Take a bite out of my.
Let's see. What was? Let's see. Someone pointed out. Kentra55 asked, "What do I think of the new Hailstorm?" I haven't heard it. but I love the previous Hailstorm albums. So unless someone tells me otherwise, and until I get a chance to listen to it, I want to give a fair opinion on it. But I know, they're great, and I expect, I'm hoping for consistency compared to some of the albums previously. Lizzie Hale's voice is insanely good. So I'm hoping the newest product will stay with that consistency. And we touched on it briefly last week, just for a second. Well wishes to Ozzy Osbourne, battling COVID now, because Ozzy has a lot of other health problems. So throw Ozzy in your prayers as well, because he's got Parkinson's and some breathing problems, and COVID can be very, very dangerous for someone in his health condition. So just keep Ozzy in your prayers as well. Anyway, most of all,
Mike Rogers.
Speaking of appreciation, we appreciate you, our audience. We love you, our audience. Thank you tonight, everyone, for watching. And, Jesus Rapes Me brings up Firehouse. Their first album's so good. All She Wrote is such a banger. Yeah, Firehouse is a great band, man. And their follow-up was good, too. I think, they have 3 albums after that? I mean, really good stuff. So absolutely listen to old Firehouse for sure. But I was starting to say, we love and appreciate all you guys taking the time to watch the show, leave a thumbs up, leave a Google review, and just taking the time to spend the time with us. We want to give you a break from all the bullshit out there so you can share a couple of laughs with us, So there you go.
Just a couple of them.
Yeah, just a couple. Just spend a couple hours with us. What could go wrong?
A couple 4.
Yeah. And let's thank our channel members tonight, especially.
The ones we love the most.
We love all our viewers, but we love some of you more than others. It's like having children that we don't want to say, "Oh, you're clearly our favorite." David Allen Wright, Mike Neese, Keenan Neighbors, Paul Martin Woods, Mr. Mick, Booby Dukakis, Smallmouth Guy, Lawrence Christensen, Symmetry, Majestic PB and J Cat, Warlag, Sherman Callahan, James 5150, James Gum, Wayno, Thomas Santiago, Vinyl Freak 5150, Dan Halen, James G, Music Therapy Laz, Andy Carson, Rick Green, the Chad, Christopher Live Sawa, All Dave All Night, Murphy, Steve Barton, Fernando Riley, Laguna Palms, Robot Master Switch, R3 Locking Nut, 6 Chicks 71, John Moronic, Hillary Lewis, Jeff T, 5150 TV, Kurt 5150, KXM Rock, R Habs, Stephen Franklin, Carol Hatcher, Sean Shreds, Margaret Scranton, Michael the Captain Smith, Jesus Rapes Me, Nicole Mrazek, Brian Spalding, False Flag, Get Better, hope your penis is okay, hope it didn't blow up during that operation today. Ghost BC Rich, Hugh Caldwell, Jim Nicholas, Mr. BHB Jr., that's Bruce Thomas Santiago, Lenny Lou and my little geriatric sex kitten Mary, hope you guys are doing well, Bo Zeke, and Steve Carmichael.
And Flying Pickle.
Pickle.
Robert Stoltz. Who else? The names
again,
that I still need to add to this list. Steve O 5150.
There you go. Steve O 5150. Flying Pickle. And by the way, thank you everyone for the nice well wishes, notes, and in some cases, nice gifts sent to Mama Mancuda. Again, thank you, Charles Green and Alice Martinez, for the nice gifts for Mama Mancuda for Mother's Day. Johnny is watching his mail for from our popcorn package.
It's gonna be so good. I'm excited.
Yeah, Johnny ain't touching it. Mama Cuda will come over there. Johnny, I've been watching you. And thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for the Mama Cuda's arm, man. Don't mess with her. Thank you, Neanderthal. We miss you tonight, but we hope to see you soon. And again, leave your thoughts. Watch those videos on Skid Row. On those M3
lay down in the street and watch those
videos. Watch those videos from the M3 festival of Skid Row. I want to know what you guys think of their new singer, of the way their performance was. I think it was terrific. I'm excited to see them in July. Really, really great. And there you go.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cool. And hey, don't forget tomorrow's Wednesday, right? Yeah. Tomorrow's
Yeah.
Wednesday.
New comic book day.
It's New Comic Book Day, and it's also Talking Van Halen on Twitch Day. 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific, right here. And don't forget, join us Friday for exclusively Van Halen with Fairfield Guitar Co. Louis Costa. He's making these really awesome Van Halen replica guitar straps.
I want one.
That players such as Phil X from Bon Jovi actually uses.
Nice.
And so check those. So come back. And very, very special surprise for you guys on Friday. Very special.
Johnny's going to pull out his strap-on dildo, and it's going to use one of those straps. Speaking of strap-on dildos, delicious Bang energy drink. Thank you, Bang.
Delicious.
Use it to wash off Mama Cruda's dildo. There you go. Oh, gross. All right. Thank you, everybody. Leave a thumbs up on your way out. And love you, appreciate you. Be well, be kind to each other. Be careful out there. And rock on, everybody. Thank you so much for staying with us tonight.
Yeah. All right. Follow me on Twitch. Goodbye.
Good night, everybody. Oh, another disappointing Mother's Day. Oh. I liked it.
That looks pretty good.
That was delicious.
So you ate 2 dinners?
Well, I helped Blue Rhino out. Look how happy he looks. He loves going to restaurants like that.
Wow.
He deserves it. Ooh. So does my mama.
Yes.
My beloved Mama Cuda.
Good
Good night,
everyone.
everybody.
Love you all.